Chapter 695 Terrifying Potential. Chapter 695 Terrifying Potential, Dragon. Dragon, the old woman looked at the dragon head that emerged from the sea of clouds and stammered. Her arms trembled. Fortunately, she maintained her last bit of rationality and hugged the child tightly. The five-clawed golden dragon looked down at the old woman with cold eyes. Just as the old woman was about to collapse, the five-clawed golden dragon suddenly transformed into a golden light and quickly shrank before falling. The old woman hurriedly retreated in fear. The golden light landed in front of the wooden house and transformed into a golden halberd. The blade pierced into the soil. The golden spear trembled slightly and looked extremely handsome under the sunlight. "Wah!" the swaddled baby suddenly wailed. Its voice was even louder than before. He raised his hands and waved them in the direction of the golden halberd as if he wanted it. The old woman looked at him and then at the golden halberd. She couldn't help but be stunned. Although she was a mortal, she knew that she was in trouble. This child was definitely the reincarnation of an immortal god. 20 years later. In the wilderness, a strong young man was brandishing a golden halberd. He wore a robe supported by tiger skin. His movements were ferocious and filled with strength. He was handsome, but there was a sinister aura around him. His slightly messy long hair scattered in the wind, and his eyes were red. He was very terrifying. Several hundred meters away, a woman walked down the mountain path. On her right arm was a bamboo basket containing all sorts of fruits. She waved at the muscular youth and shouted, "Linger, it's time to go home and eat." The muscular youth paused and suddenly turned around. He transformed into a gust of wind and arrived in front of the woman in the blink of an eye, taking the bamboo basket from her. "Mother, I've already said that you don't have to go up the mountain. Although I've killed all the ferocious beasts and demon beasts nearby, the mountain is steep. What if you fall and get injured? Besides, this amount of food is not enough to even fill the gaps between my teeth," the muscular youth grumbled. His name was Qin Ling. He was already 20 years old this year. With his extraordinary talent, even if he didn't know any cultivation techniques, his physical strength still increasing day by day. 2 years ago, he had tried to sever a small mountain that was hundreds of feet tall. It was world-shaking. The woman smiled. "I know, but I can't stay idle." The mother and son began to talk as they walked. The woman mentioned, "Linger, I don't have much ability, but I've already written to your grandfather and recommended you to cultivate in the holy land of the human race. Your potential will definitely make your grandfather like you. When the time comes, don't talk back to your grandfather. When you're outside, you have to." Read this on Wuxia W0RLD. Site. She began to nag. Qin Ling frowned and was a little unhappy. He had been with his mother since he was young and had a strong resistance to relatives. He said disapprovingly, "Mother, I don't need to cultivate. I can become stronger with a swing of the halberd every day." The woman shook her head. "Linger, don't you know how big the world outside is? Powerful cultivators can fly into the sky and enter the ground. They can pluck the stars and move the moon. Can you do that?" Qin Ling was speechless. "In addition, don't you want to find your father? You have to go out sooner or later. While you're young, you can rely on your potential to obtain an advantage. Otherwise, when mother dies of old age, you will be delayed if you go out," the woman said worriedly. At the mention of his father, Qin Ling couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes filled with anger. His father had always been a sore point. He did not understand why his father had abandoned them. When he was young, he had sworn that he would find his father and ask him. He wanted his father to regret it. At this moment, a white cloud flew over from the horizon. It was very fast. Looking carefully, a gray-robed middle-aged Taoist was standing on the cloud. He held a wooden staff and looked very sagely. He quickly landed in front of Qin Ling and his mother. Qin Ling was so shocked that he stood in front of his mother. This was the first time Qin Ling saw someone riding a cloud. What do you want? Qin Ling asked in a low voice. The gray-robed Taoist sized him up with surprise. What powerful blood essence! It was already comparable to an immortal. Amazing! The gray-robed Taoist smiled. I'm a loose immortal of the world. I traveled the myriad worlds and was passing by this place when I sensed your blood essence and felt that your potential was not bad. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? I'll bring you to cultivate and pursue longevity. Qin Ling frowned. The woman hurriedly said, Thank you for your kind intentions, immortal. My son already has a master. I'm afraid he can't acknowledge you as his master. She had already introduced her son to the family, so she naturally would not hand him over to unfamiliar cultivators. The gray-robed Taoist frowned. Qin Ling's eyes burned. You're a loose immortal. Then, can you fight me and let me sense your strength? Of course, you can't fly. I can't fly for the time being. The gray-robed Taoist couldn't help but laugh. Of course. Since they could spar, there was hope. He wanted to conquer this child with powerful spells. Vaughn S.V. Qin Ling asked his mother to retreat. Although the woman was worried, she understood her son's personality and could not dissuade him. She could only leave. After her mother left, Qin Ling pulled out the golden halberd on his back and rushed toward the gray-robed Taoist. The moment the golden halberd appeared, the terrifying murderous aura shocked the gray-robed Taoist until his pupils dilated. A Dharma treasure. Qin Ling was extremely fast and slashed with his halberd. The gray-robed Taoist raised his hand and pointed. His index finger easily blocked the halberd blade. A few centimeters away, his dermic powers formed an invisible and firm barrier, causing Qin Ling to feel like he had slashed at an iron wall. Qin Ling became excited. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent since he was young. He attacked crazily. There were no gorgeous spells, and his moves were random. He relied on speed and strength. The gray-robed Taoist easily blocked with his finger every one of Qin Ling's moves. However, his smile gradually disappeared. He was shocked to discover that this kid was getting stronger and stronger, causing his blood to surge. Qin Ling suddenly jumped up and raised his halberd and smashed it down with all his might. The gray-robed Taoist caught it with his palm. His dermic powers erupted, but he was still sent sliding back. His feet drew two small ravines dozens of feet long on the grass. Qin Ling continued to pursue, his strength becoming more and more domineering. The gray-robed Taoist had no choice but to raise his wooden staff and fight Qin Ling. Although he was shocked, he did not lose his composure. Otherwise, with a spell, he could instantly kill Qin Ling. At the same time, in the sky, two people were watching the battle from the clouds. It was Han Yu and his disciple, Tian Yong. Han Yu looked down and asked softly, Do you see anything? Tian Yong frowned. There's something wrong with his body. There's an extremely domineering power in his body. There's also something wrong with that halberd. It's formed by a deity realm golden dragon. Han Yu sighed. If not for Li Daokong's voice transmission, he wouldn't have known that such a prodigy had appeared in the human race. This child was only 20 years old, but he could already fight against immortals. His potential was definitely terrifying. When the battle is over, go down and take this child as your disciple, Han Yu instructed. Tian Yong frowned even more and said, Master, I don't want to take in a disciple. I still have to cultivate. Han Yu rolled his eyes. You take him in and I'll teach him. All right. Tian Yong's brows relaxed. Chapter 696 Heavenly Tao Divine Soul, Primordial World Overlord Body. Chapter 696 Heavenly Tao Divine Soul, Primordial World Overlord Body. Tian Yong said helplessly, I still can't understand why we're looking for him. His potential is indeed strong, but he's really too weak. If he joins us, he has to have a certain level of strength. How can he not have his own growth stage? The current immortal world did not lack prodigies. There was always someone better. Han Yu smiled. He's different. Different in what way? You will understand in the future. Tian Yong curled his lips, feeling that Han Yu was biased. At this moment, a golden light soared into the sky and pierced through the sea of clouds. In the pillar of light, a dragon soared into the sky and rose in front of Han Yu and the other person. The two of them looked over with stunned expressions. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Qin Ling's halberd lifted the grey-robed Taoist up and blood splattered all over the ground. The grey-robed Taoist's chest was pierced. His eyes widened in shock. Qin Ling was also stunned. He hurriedly put down the golden halberd and looked nervously at the grey-robed Taoist. Are you all right? Qin Ling helped the grey-robed Taoist to sit down. He was only sparring and did not want to kill anyone. The grey-robed Taoist immediately pulled out his halberd and meditated on the spot, circulating his energy to heal his injuries. Qin Ling was extremely nervous. The grey-robed Taoist was shocked and felt more aggrieved and embarrassed. He had almost been killed. If Qin Ling had not stopped in time, he would have been split into two by the golden halberd. The grey-robed Taoist wished he could find a hole to hide in. He no longer had the face to take in a disciple. He only wanted to leave as soon as possible. At this moment, a figure suddenly landed. It was Tian Yong. Tian Yong was the reincarnation of the son of the Calamity race's heavenly Calamity Emperor. His potential was terrifying and he had obtained Han Yu's inheritance. He had long surpassed the immortal realm. He looked down at Qin Ling and said, "Take me as your master." His tone was unquestionable. Qin Ling frowned. The grey-robed Taoist was furious. He had just been injured and was about to be intercepted. Tian Yong raised his right hand and made a grabbing gesture. A tall mountain dozens of kilometers away suddenly rose. Dust rose into the sky and shook the world. The grey-robed Taoist and Qin Ling were stunned. Tian Yong clenched his right hand and the peak shattered. Qin Ling widened his eyes. The grey-robed Taoist was also shocked. That peak was at least 10,000 feet tall. He didn't know how to move mountains and seas like this. Tian Yong said expressionlessly, "Kneel down and acknowledge me as your master." Qin Ling clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Tian Yong said disdainfully, "What? You're not convinced?" Qin Ling gritted his teeth. "My home is gone." Tian Yong was stunned and looked embarrassed. He coughed and could no longer put on airs. "Disciple, follow me in the future. You and your mother don't have to hide in the mountains." Qin Ling was silent. He did want to go out for a walk. Time passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes again. Another 5,000 years passed. His state became more and more ethereal. His eyes were profound as if they contained countless indescribable, wonderful techniques. Soon, Han Ju muttered to himself. His eyes finally revealed excitement, causing him to regain a trace of humanity. He opened the emails. To him, 5,000 years was very fast, but in the mortal world, it was a new era. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor controls the power of darkness. Your good friend Empress Hoodoo was attacked by a mysterious Tao Devil, X82902211, your son Han Tua has entered the Great Tao Trial Ground. Your good friend Pan Xian has entered the Ancient Desolate. Your descendant Han Yu has learned a heavenly Tao mystical power. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. His soul fell into the cycle of the Great Tao and is enduring all the suffering in the world. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has obtained the power of origin. His cultivation has increased greatly. Pan Xian had actually left the heavenly Tao. What was this fellow trying to do? Han Ju frowned, worried that Pan Xian would attract enemies. Looking down, Ancestor Shitian's encounter made him sigh. However, the chaotic consciousness was too powerful and Han Ju couldn't help. Should he curse? However, that would cause endless trouble. Han Ju felt that his identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord was easily exposed. At least, his enemies thought that he was related to the Dark Forbidden Lord. Can the chaotic consciousness barge into my Tao field? Han Ju asked in his mind. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, Han Ju could only apologize to Ancestor Shitian. The two of them were not on good terms. He naturally did not have to risk his life for Ancestor Shitian. Moreover, it was useless even if he risked his life now. Han Ju continued to read the emails. After reading all the emails, he looked at the immortal world. The current immortal world was extremely exciting. It was unknown if it was because of the sages, but prodigies were prevalent now. All kinds of legends and rankings regarding prodigies were spread throughout the various regions. Their glory even covered the mighty figures of the world. Han Ju suddenly saw Han Yu's providence appear on the Heavenly Tao Providence board. He had already entered the top 100. Apart from the providence of the human race, there was also a strange providence on him. Even he couldn't see it clearly. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce and revealed a strange expression. This strange providence came from one of Han Yu's karma. His grand disciple, Qin Ling had cultivated for 500 years and already had the cultivation of an immortal emperor. His cultivation speed was even more terrifying than Han Ju's. Guilty Han Ju deduced Qin Ling's background. He could not deduce it. Interesting. Han Ju had no choice but to use the derivation function. I want to know Qin Ling's background. 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. His value was a little high. At least for an immortal emperor. A line of words appeared in front of him. Qin Ling, rank 3 immortal emperor, heavenly Tao divine soul, primordial world overlord body, ancestral dragon providence, son of the immeasurable calamity, son of heaven and earth. There were so many connate providence traits. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This was even more impressive than his opening. Could this be the son of the immeasurable calamity that heavenly venerate Xian Du mentioned? Why was he under Han Yu? Han Ju pinched his fingers again and deduced that the origin of this karma came from Li Dao Kong. It turned out that Li Dao Kong had discovered Qin Ling's extraordinariness and asked Han Yu to accept him. Qin Ling's appearance was actually noticed by the other sages. Pan Xian happened to leave the heavenly Tao and head to the ancient desolate, so he missed it. Li Dao Kong attacked immediately. The sages who were on good terms with Han Ju tacitly agreed to support him. Emperor Shao and Jin Shen were afraid of offending Han Ju, so they could only let go. Although Qin Ling was extraordinary, he had yet to show the providence of the son of the immeasurable calamity. The sages did not have the system to distinguish it. Countless geniuses in the immortal world caused phenomena when they were born. The reason why Qin Ling attracted the attention of the sages was because of the initiative of a 5-clawed golden dragon. This 5-clawed golden dragon was not simple. It had always been hiding in the depths of the immortal world and had lived for countless years. Tracing its origin, it could be attributed to the primordial dragon race. Han Ju began to observe Qin Ling was cultivating on Buzhou Divine Mountain. His blood essence was powerful and his aura was imposing. Han Ju nodded. Han Yu was not bad. The disciples and grand disciples he took in were all extraordinary. They all had powerful backgrounds. As long as Han Yu did not act recklessly, he could dominate the heavens in the future just by relying on his disciples. No matter what, Qin Ling was also a member of the hidden sect. It was a good thing. Many geniuses also appeared in a hidden sect outside the 100-peak Immortal River, but there was a missing person among the outer sect disciples. Apart from talent, a true prodigy also had to be famous. What was fame? It was the reputation of stepping on other people's corpses. Chapter 697 Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity. Chapter 697 Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity. Although Qin Ling's potential was unparalleled, he had yet to grow up. Han Ju lost interest after observing him for a while. He retracted his gaze and started to visit Divine Lord Peacock in his dreams. Previously, he had seen Divine Lord Peacock suffer a mysterious curse and was worried that something would happen to him. The dream was above the Yellow Spring. Han Ju met Divine Lord Peacock in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was him. "Why are you being cursed?" Han Ju asked. Divine Lord Peacock looked at him in surprise and asked, "You can sense that?" Han Ju didn't answer and replied with an attitude. Divine Lord Peacock waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Previously, I only placed the karma bead in a place to make it stronger. In the end, I gave that fiend celestial a chance. Tsk tisk, he's really the curse fiend celestial. However, his curse is too weak. Even without the karma bead, he can't curse me to death. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Divine Lord Peacock looked proud. He had been defeated by the inauspicious Divine Emperor previously. In the past tens of thousands of years, he had regained his confidence in dealing with the curse fiend celestial. Han Ju asked, "You can't kill him?" Divine Lord Peacock said, "The chaotic fiend celestial is not that easy to kill. This fellow is not the main body. I can only chase after him and make him unable to rest." Han Ju said, "All right. If you can kill him, I'll help you attain the Great Tao." Divine Lord Peacock's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Of course. All right, just you wait. Even if it's 1,000,000 years or 10,000,000 years, I'll definitely kill the curse fiend celestial. To be honest, I don't like him either. He's so sneaky and sarcastic." Hearing his words, Han Ju felt that he had been tricked. Then, he asked him about his recent encounters. Divine Lord Peacock didn't hide anything during the pursuit of the curse fiend celestial. Divine Lord Peacock had also encountered many cultivators and mysterious worlds. He discovered that a strange change was happening in the chaos. More and more worlds appeared, and more cultivators walked in the chaos. 100,000 years ago, the chaos was a forbidden zone for living beings. Other than existences who had attained the Tao, very few living beings dared to act recklessly. Recently, the inauspicious evil and Tao devils had become well-behaved. Because of the appearance of the inauspicious Divine Emperor, Divine Lord Peacock suspected that a terrifying existence who controlled all the Tao devils might also appear. If the inauspicious evil and the Tao devils were restrained and commanded, they would definitely be two powerful forces, especially the Tao devils. Previously, in the deity realm of the ruins of End, there were many powerful Tao devils who could resist the great Tao sages. The great Tao immeasurable calamity was approaching. Divine Lord Peacock asked, "What do you think about the great Tao immeasurable calamity?" Han Ju said, "I'm prepared. Continue your task in peace. As long as you kill the curse fiend celestial, I'll ensure that you survive the great Tao calamity." Divine Lord Peacock was relieved. Han Ju didn't say anything else and removed the dream. His greatest reliance was the Tao field. As long as he attained the great Tao, the Tao field would definitely level up again. Once the great Tao immeasurable calamity began, he would directly use the invocation technique and forcefully summon all the disciples who had grasped the invocation technique back to transcend the tribulation together. If Divine Lord Peacock could kill the curse fiend celestial, Han Ju would also teach him the invocation technique. Of course, if Divine Lord Peacock couldn't do it, then don't blame Han Ju for being cold and heartless. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes. I want to know how long more the great Tao immeasurable calamity will take to arrive. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? TSK, it was already equivalent to the value of a Tao creator. Continue. If there are no major changes, it will be in about 23 billion years. Fortunately, it was far enough. However, this major change. Han Ju suddenly felt that it was not reliable. The heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity had been brought forward. Could the major change be referring to him? Han Ju was secretly vigilant. He had to be more well-behaved in the future and not change the situation in the chaos easily. I want to know what the first battle of the great Tao immeasurable calamity is like. Han Ju asked again in his mind. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju entered the illusion. He opened his eyes and discovered that he was standing in the void. Countless meteors floated in the surrounding dark space. They were very scattered among each other. A huge light ahead expelled the darkness. He narrowed his eyes and saw a huge head in the light. He couldn't see its true appearance. He could only see the other party's long hair fluttering like dragons. What a big head! Han Ju estimated that it was even larger than the entire heavenly Tao. How exaggerated was this? Even though they were extremely far away, Han Ju could still feel how tiny he was. At this moment, Han Ju suddenly felt an extremely strong aura coming from behind. He turned around and saw a golden light appear in the depths of the darkness. It was actually a 5-clawed golden dragon. Its body was billions of feet long and stirred up vast waves as it flew. On the dragon's head stood a burly figure. He held a golden halberd and wore silver chain armor. He wore a dragon's head jade crown and looked mighty and domineering. Wasn't this Han Yu's grand disciple, Qin Ling? This child would start the first battle of the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Figures appeared near the 5-clawed golden dragon. All of them emitted powerful auras. The weakest was at the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. A vertical eye opened between Qin Ling's eyebrows, and his 3 eyes turned red. He glared at the huge and majestic head in front of him and shouted angrily, "Children of the heavenly Tao." The chaotic deities did not tolerate the heavenly Tao and destroyed it. Today, we must kill him and avenge the heavenly Tao and fight for it. So what if they're the chaotic deities? The era of chaos has long passed. The power of the primordial chaos is unstoppable. Kill with me. The 5-clawed golden dragon roared angrily and flew away. It was extremely fast and swept past Han Ju in the blink of an eye. What a domineering aura! Han Ju felt that Qin Ling had already surpassed the great Tao sage realm. Even the 5-clawed golden dragon under his feet was extremely powerful. In the boundless light, the huge head suddenly opened its eyes. A pair of huge eyes appeared, and their pupils were filled with the image of Taiji. Humph, a mere heavenly Tao dares to destroy the chaos. Pangu couldn't do it back then, let alone you. A cold snort sounded. Even Han Ju couldn't help but feel a little dizzy when he heard it, let alone the heavenly Tao experts behind him. They all swayed and stopped. Qin Ling stepped on the 5-clawed golden dragon and swung his halberd. A black spatial crack appeared with his halberd and quickly expanded, colliding with the chaotic deity with unstoppable force. The eyes of the chaotic deity suddenly transformed into 2 huge vortexes that absorbed the black crack. He could even absorb space. Qin Ling waved his halberd again. His muscles tensed up. Just by looking at his figure, one could feel the explosive power. Boom! The entire void shattered and was replaced by a purple space. Boundless purple mist surged in and drowned the chaotic deity. Wake up! A voice came from behind Han Ju. He turned around and saw that the heavenly Tao experts who had fallen head over heels for him had all woken up. An incomparably majestic figure appeared behind them. Behind him stood terrifying shadows, but before Han Ju could see them clearly, the illusion shattered. Chapter 698 Destined Birth. Chapter 698 Destined Birth. Han Ju opened his eyes. His heart was still palpitating. The future great Tao immeasurable calamity was so terrifying. Qin Ling's casual strike directly shattered the dark forbidden zone. It was too exaggerated. Fortunately, there were still more than 20 billion years to go. Who was the last mysterious figure to appear? He should be on the same side as Qin Ling. Could it be him? This was because Han Ju saw many shadows behind that figure. All of them looked terrifying. It was very likely his grand unity aspect. In addition, Qin Ling also mentioned the primordial chaos. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. There was nothing wrong with the primordial fiend celestial establishing the primordial world. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind. The future is so terrifying. I have to maintain a cultivation attitude and not relax. Han Ju thought silently. He had to stand in the strongest position to be at ease. When he reached his strongest, he would definitely indulge himself. Han Ju stopped thinking and continued to comprehend the great Tao. One thing was certain. Even 20 billion years later, there were still very few great Tao sages. There was not a single great Tao sage among the heavenly Tao experts who followed Qin Ling. There was only one freedom sage and less than 20 heavenly Tao sages. Of course, there was another possibility. That was that the chaotic deities had destroyed the heavenly Tao and killed all its great Tao sages. The next boss, chaotic deities. Buzhou Divine Mountain. At the top of the mountain, in front of a Taoist temple, Qin Ling, who was dressed in white, sat by the cliff and absorbed the connate qi of heaven and earth. Han Yu walked out of the Taoist temple and came to his side. Qin Ling opened his eyes and looked up at him. Grandmaster. He was very respectful to Han Yu. After so many years, he already treated him like family. Usually, his master, Tian Yong, did not care about him at all. It was his grandmaster who taught him cultivation. Han Yu reached out and rubbed his head. He smiled and said, unknowingly, "You're already an immortal emperor. The human race will hold a 10,000 dynasty pilgrimage ceremony. The human emperor will arrange for the geniuses of the various dynasties to spar. As a faction of the human emperor temple, we have to send geniuses to participate. This is a chance to become famous. Do you want to participate?" Hearing this, Qin Ling stood up and clenched his fists. He said excitedly, "I'm willing. Grandmaster. When are we leaving?" He was already tired of meditating and cultivating every day. He had always wanted to spar with others, but the living beings of Buzhou Divine Mountain were all quiet cultivators. His grandmaster did not allow him to cause trouble. Han Yu smiled. "There's no hurry. I'll teach you some mystical powers first." Qin Ling nodded excitedly. As a member of the heavenly Tao race, the human race was about to start the 10,000 dynasty pilgrimage ceremony. This matter caused a huge commotion in the immortal world. The prodigies of the other races and providence sects were roped in by the various dynasties of the human race, preparing to compete. This was the era of prodigies. The geniuses were all high-spirited and arrogant. They were waiting for such a huge opportunity. Who did not want to become the number one prodigy of the heavenly Tao? Perhaps this 10,000 dynasty pilgrimage ceremony was not the number one in the heavenly Tao, but it would still allow the geniuses who stood out to be closer to it. For a time, the immortal world changed. Boom! Lightning interweaved. In the endless darkness, red mist surged. Pan Xian knelt on an altar. There were huge pillars on all four sides. On the pillars were carved sinister and strange figures of fiend celestials. In front of him stood a huge purple crystal, quietly spinning and floating. So, you can't control the heavenly Tao? A vast voice sounded. Pan Xian lowered his head even more and said in shame, "Sorry, the situation of the heavenly Tao is too complicated. The roots of the sages are too deep. It's very difficult for me to control them." He was stronger than the sages, but he couldn't kill them in the heavenly Tao. This made the heavenly Tao sages not afraid of him at all. What made him most depressed was that these sages rarely left the heavenly Tao, as if they were deliberately guarding against him. The vast voice said, "Forget it. After all, this is the foundation of the Tao sect that the Tao ancestor has been managing for a long time. It's not something you can change just because you want to. The chaotic heavenly road is not bad. It might not be effective now, but when the living beings of the heavenly Tao can't become stronger in the heavenly Tao, the chaotic heavenly road will be their only choice. At that time, you can protect them and grow. You can gradually expand your connections." "All right." Pan Xian replied. He rolled his eyes and said carefully, "I want to attain the great Tao, but relying on the inheritance of the giant god Pangu is not enough." He was not stupid. Since he couldn't defeat a sage in scheming, he would think of a way to increase the difference in cultivation. Now, he was already at the perfected freedom primordial chaos realm, but he had no clue how to attain the great Tao. There were no related records in Pangu's inheritance. The ancient voice replied, "Your foundation is not enough. Wait for now. Strengthen your heavenly Tao providence first." Pan Xian frowned and could only give up. A prodigy has appeared in the depths of the chaos. Although he's not a chaotic fiend celestial, he has the potential to become one. You can accept him and let him guard the other end of the chaotic heavenly road, the ancient voice instructed. Pan Xian asked in surprise, "If he's not a chaotic fiend celestial, how can he compare to a chaotic fiend celestial?" The ancient voice said, "Don't be restricted by the existing concepts. The chaotic fiend celestials were only born from the chaos. As time passed, the era moved even more. There will definitely be new potential that surpasses the past. Otherwise, how can the chaos continue?" When Pangu appeared, the chaotic deities also didn't think highly of him. The potential of any living being born can't be guessed. Not to mention the chaos, even living beings born from the heavenly Tao can have extraordinary potential, such as me and Hanju. Pan Xian pondered. A beam of light shot out from the purple crystal and entered the space between Pan Xian's eyebrows. Pan Xian stood up, bowed, and left. The altar returned to silence. The flashing lightning continued. In the myriad worlds projection, in a virtual space, the personal disciples of the hidden sect sat around a long table and discussed intensely. Xing Hongxian suddenly appeared. She found a seat and sat down. After cultivating in seclusion for a long time, she needed to relax, so she wanted to understand the situation in the immortal world. The myriad worlds projection had always been the intelligence exchange center of the hidden sect. Even after becoming a sage, Li Daokong often returned. He did not alienate his personal disciple just because he had become a sage. Xing Hongxian heard them talking about the 10,000 dynasty pilgrimage ceremony and mentioned the names of many geniuses. For example, Du Guxing, Xianyuan Che, Qin Ling, Hua Yin, Zhao Zheng, and so on. Xing Hongxian listened with relish. The immortal world was becoming more and more exciting. She couldn't help but touch her abdomen as her eyes filled with anticipation. When the black hell chicken saw Xing Hongxian appear, it suddenly smiled and said, "What do you think our little master's potential will be after he's born?" Everyone looked at her. Xing Hongxian was Hanju's publicly acknowledged Tao companion, so the disciples naturally didn't dare to joke. Li Daokong muttered, "#1 in the world." He had no intention of flattering him. As a human, he had been nurtured for tens of thousands of years. His blood essence had already surpassed the immortal realm. Even the son of the immeasurable calamity could not compare. The other disciples agreed. Xing Hongxian shook her head and smiled. What's the use of having good potential? Don't you know your master? After this kid is born, he will definitely be locked up in the 100-peak immortal river and can't go out. She did not deny Li Daokong's words. She knew her child's potential the best because, with his help, her cultivation level increased much faster than before. It could even be described as soaring. Chapter 699 Oath to the Great Tao. Chapter 699 Oath to the Great Tao. Hearing Xing Hongshuan's words, the personal disciples also sighed. With Han Ju's personality, he probably couldn't go out and show his potential. They did not blame him. If not for Han Ju's domineering rules, many of them would have died outside. It was precisely because of long-term cultivation that they could have their current cultivation level. They didn't dare to talk too much about Han Ju, and the topic quickly changed. Li Xian'eo clicked his tongue in wonder. Qin Ling's potential is stunning in the entire immortal world. His cultivation level is at the immortal emperor realm and he can already reach the deity realm. Furthermore, he can suppress everyone forcefully. Senior, your judgment is as good as ever. Li Daokong smiled. It's all right. The one teaching Qin Ling is mainly my disciple. It has nothing to do with me. Zhou Fan suddenly appeared and asked curiously, your disciple also has master's bloodline, right? Han Tuo's existence was no longer a secret. Especially when the personal disciples who went out saw Han Yu, they were shocked. This matter could not be hidden anymore. Xing Hongxian also said that she knew about this, so the disciples had no scruples. Li Daokong nodded. The other personal disciples discussed Han Yu and Han Tuo. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Han Ju's attitude towards Han Tuo was very abnormal. He was completely letting him go, making them have many guesses. Sun Chang'an smiled. No matter what, Qin Ling is also a disciple of our hidden sect. In the future, you should take care of the people outside. Prodigies are very easy to target. Don't let him die young. Li Daokong nodded, indicating that he hoped so. He was a sage and only had one disciple. There were many things that he could not interfere in and could only rely on the power of the hidden sect. After becoming a sage, Li Daokong still believed that he belonged to the hidden sect. After all, he could become a sage all because of Han Ju. Therefore, he didn't develop his own faction but focused on cultivating. He understood that Han Ju didn't need an increasingly large faction. The focus was on the high-end combat strength of the hidden sect. The exchange in the myriad worlds projection was only the shadow of a great era, but from this, it could be seen how successful the human race's pilgrimage was. More than 100 geniuses appeared in a grand ceremony. Every one of them had a reputation that was known by at least billions of living beings. 10,000 dynasties came from different regions. The humans and living beings of the various regions were naturally most concerned about the geniuses who represented their regions. Therefore, even if they were ranked in the dozens, they would still be the pride of a region. In a region, there were not only 10 billion living beings, but trillions. Qin Ling was also famous in the world, but because his cultivation level was too low, he couldn't overshadow the other geniuses. He was still far from being the number one in the world. After the end of the pilgrimage, the immortal world was in turmoil. Many geniuses were attacked and killed. The conflict between the dynasties became more and more intense, but it was generally peaceful. In the eyes of the sages, it was considered peaceful as long as there was no domain-level war. The immortal world was so big. It was impossible for there to be no conflict. At noon on this day, Han Ju slowly opened his eyes. His eyes opening meant that another 5,000 years had passed. To the living beings of the immortal world, it might be a lifetime, but to mortals, it was 100 lifetimes. He was already very close to the great Tao realm. He was only a step away. He did not check his emails or observe the immortal world. Instead, he recalled his great Tao of extreme origin. The great Tao realm was the transcendent realm. Han Ju didn't need to accumulate cultivation anymore. He only needed his soul to break through the door of the great Tao. Unknowingly, he felt a mysterious force pressing against the door of the great Tao, preventing him from pushing it open. Han Ju didn't believe it. He wanted to forcefully attain the Tao with the great Tao of extreme origin. It was just a stupid door. Why couldn't he break through? Han Ju focused and mobilized the power of the great Tao of extreme origin. His soul jumped into a mysterious void. Figures appeared in front of him, all facing the door of the great Tao. The door of the great Tao stood in the void. It was 10,000 feet tall and majestic. It seemed to represent the other side. It was terrifying. Han Ju walked past the other Tao pursuers and suddenly discovered a familiar figure. Pan Xin. This fellow had also begun to pursue the great Tao. Unfortunately, he was still far from the door of the great Tao. Han Ju continued forward and soon arrived at the door. The door of the great Tao seemed to be made of white rock. Its surface was engraved with various patterns that recorded the deeds of the various races of the chaos, including the humans. Han Ju saw many myths. Pangu splitting open the heavens, Nuwa mending the sky, Gongdong angrily crashing into the Buzhou mountain, Jingwei filling the sea, Hoi shooting the sun, and so on. These were all myths and legends that Han Ju had been influenced by in his previous life. They only occupied a small corner of the great Tao door. There was a figure at the top of the great Tao door. His figure was strange and extremely distorted. He was meditating and had dozens of arms. Every palm held a mysterious item that even Han Ju couldn't see clearly. That was probably a chaotic deity. Han Ju retracted his gaze and looked at the great Tao door again. The door of the great Tao looked as firm as a rock and could not be pushed open. Han Ju condensed the great Tao of extreme origin. A huge black shadow slowly emerged from his body and quickly condensed into his figure. Then, he quickly became burly, like those ancient fiend celestials carved on the door of the great Tao. The great Tao of extreme origin roared angrily and pressed his palms against the door of the great Tao. It began to push the great Tao gate with all its might. However, it did not move. Han Ju showed a frown. Something was indeed wrong. Something was obstructing him. Han Ju immediately used the Dharma idol fusion technique and fused the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, the Strength Fiend Celestial, the Battle Fiend Celestial, and the other Fiend Celestial Dharma idols with domineering power into the great Tao of extreme origin. At first glance, it was as if shadows emerged from Han Ju's back and entered the huge black shadow formed by the great Tao of extreme origin. Every time a Fiend Celestial power entered, the black shadow of the great Tao of extreme origin would increase by 10,000 feet. Boom! The door of the great Tao began to shake violently. It was enough to show how terrifying Han Ju's strength was. The entire immortal world was in front of Han Ju. He could easily crush it into dust with a finger. How dare you! A shout suddenly sounded, causing Han Ju's soul to tremble. He suddenly looked up and saw black mist surging above the door of the great Tao. It was like a huge beast crawling on the door of the great Tao and looking down at him. Han Ju saw a pair of cold eyes. He had seen many such eyes before. They were all filled with contempt for ants. Han Ju said, "Why are you stopping me?" The black mist said in a low voice, "How can a mortal enter the door of the great Tao?" Han Ju didn't believe it and continued to make the great Tao of extreme origin push. The door opened a small crack. A violent wind roared out, but it could not shake the great Tao of extreme origin. Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the mysterious black mist couldn't stop him with all its might and could only use some small methods. Without the recognition of the chaotic deities, you are not allowed to step into the great Tao. Mortal, you are courting death, the black mist said angrily, its voice even louder than before. Hanju asked, then, how do I obtain the recognition of the chaotic deities? Kneel down and swear to the great Tao that you will forever be loyal to the chaotic deities and the chaos. Hanju smiled. So this was the trap. No wonder the Tao ancestor wanted to disappear. It seemed that he was restrained by the chaotic deities. Chapter 700 Achieving the Great Tao. Chapter 700 Achieving the Great Tao. Facing the pressure of the black mist, Hanju's great Tao of extreme origin didn't stop. It continued to push the door of the great Tao. A line of words appeared in front of him. Detected that you are threatened by a great Tao divine spirit. You have the following choices. 1. Lower your head and swear to submit to the chaotic deities. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Push open the door to the great Tao. You should cut through all obstacles and risk your life on the path to the Tao. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a creation spirit stone. A choice that had not appeared for a long time. Ever since Hanju attained the Tao, such choices were almost extinct. This time, the system was clearly biased towards option 1. Hanju felt that the system was going against him. It always used more rewards to lure him on the path he didn't want to take. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. He directly chose the second option. You chose to open the door to the great Tao and obtained a great Tao fragment and a creation spirit stone. At this point, Hanju gathered 9 great Tao fragments. He continued to control the great Tao of extreme origin to push the door of the great Tao. At this point, he couldn't lower his head. If he wanted to become stronger, he could only push open this door. If he lowered his head, he would definitely be a toy in the hands of the chaotic deities in the future. Hanju could only take a gamble now. He bet that after he attained the great Tao, the Tao field could be upgraded. Open for me. Hanju roared in his mind. The black mist on the great Tao door became even angrier and roared, "Mortal, you will pay a price you can't afford." Hanju was not afraid of him at all. If it was really a chaotic deity, he might still feel scared. However, the system notification indicated that this fellow was a great Tao divine spirit, an existence similar to a great Tao sage. Clearly, this fellow was using the chaotic deity's name to intimidate others. Boom! The doors of the great Tao were constantly pushed open, and the wind that whistled out was even stronger. The black mist dissipated. The great Tao divine spirit knew that it was useless to talk nonsense and could only leave. Despair Tao spirit has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars, great. I'll curse you when I get back. Hanju snorted in his mind. He fused with a few fiend celestial Dharma idols again. The black shadow formed by the great Tao of extreme origin raised his arm and pushed. The door to the great Tao finally opened completely. A dazzling light emerged and covered Hanju's figure. At the same time, he felt a powerful suction force. The wind began to reverse and no longer blew out but in. He immediately stepped into the door of the great Tao. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered in the immortal world and the myriad worlds. Terrifying heavenly might enveloped the heavens. Even the 33rd heaven was suppressed by the heavenly might. The sages walked out of their Tao fields and gathered in front of the universal hall. What's happening? What a terrifying heavenly might. Did something happen to the heavenly Tao? Could it be that someone has attained the Tao? Previously, when we attained the Tao, there was no such phenomenon. Then what's going on? The great Tao immeasurable calamity has descended in advance. The sages couldn't help but look at Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. He knew the most. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du frowned. I'm not sure either. Let's wait and see. To have such heavenly might means that the heavenly Tao is protecting itself and warning all living beings. To be predicted by the heavenly Tao means that it's not a calamity. His words made the sages heave a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the chaos would attack again. It had been tens of thousands of years since the last heavenly Tao crisis. They could finally take a breather and cultivate in peace. They did not want to face enemies stronger than themselves. The sages were so flustered, let alone all living beings. The current immortal world was not as isolated as before. With the integration of the calamity race, all living beings had a better understanding of the chaos and knew that many powerful existences hiding in the chaos hated the heavenly Tao. Because of the protection of the Tao field, the hundreds of thousands of disciples did not feel anything special. In the Taoist temple, Hanju had already begun to break through. Freedom transformed into the great Tao. This was an indescribable transformation. It could be said to be a complete transformation. From his body, dermic powers, soul, to his senses, he had transformed in all aspects. Hanju opened his eyes, causing golden light to burst out. The myriad worlds were reflected in his eyes. His vision swept towards the chaos at an extremely fast speed. He saw worlds and domains that were either magnificent or sinister. He saw Tao pursuers wandering in the chaos. He saw the evil heavenly emperor, Han Tuo, and Chu Shiren, as well as many enemies. At a glance, it was not spying. Hanju was worried that he would see a transcendent existence like chaotic consciousness and immediately retracted his gaze. 49 years later. Detected that you have attained the great Tao. You have the following choices. 1. Your name will shake the chaos. After consolidating your cultivation, you will roam the chaos and become famous. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a creation spirit stone, a supreme treasure, a mystical power inheritance, and a chance to upgrade the Tao field. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the Tao field. As expected, the Tao field could be upgraded. Hanju immediately chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You obtained a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the Tao field. The Tao field has begun to upgrade. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He finally began to level up. Although it felt good to reject the great Tao divine spirit, he would inevitably be worried later. As Hanju consolidated his cultivation, he checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju, lifespan, 265,060/1 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 Race, Primordial Fiend Celestial, Immeasurable Emperor, Cultivation, Early Stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, Perfect Sage, Technique, Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering, Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin. There were 3 more digits in front of the lifespan, indicating a leap in lifespan. If time really existed indefinitely, Hanju's lifespan was already comparable to that of chaos. He might even surpass it. Hanju was excited. Soon, he restrained his emotions and continued to consolidate his cultivation. After breaking through, his dermic powers were increasing at an extremely exaggerated speed. His soul was still transforming. This feeling was extremely wonderful, even more extreme than any joy in the world. In the chaotic void, countless meteors surrounded a huge palace in the shape of a vortex. This palace had no ceiling and the ground was extremely vast. A figure suddenly descended into the hall. It was Jiayin. Jiayin bowed. A black shadow appeared on the steps in front of him like a whirlwind. It was difficult to tell its true form. Exalted God, The Han Ju you're looking for has been hiding in the heavenly Tao and can't be killed, Jia Yin said respectfully. The Black Shadow said in a low voice, this child violated the rules of the Great Tao and must be eliminated. I'll leave this to you. Jia Yin smiled helplessly. Our Sex Kundi and Jade Bodhi died under the hands of the Dark Forbidden Lord one after another. Han Ju is closely related to him. If you want to deal with him, it's best to deal with the Dark Forbidden Lord first. When you deal with him, I'll attack Han Ju. Chapter 701 Upgrade of the Tao Field. Chapter 701 Upgrade of the Tao Field. Facing Jia Yin's refusal, the Black Shadow said in a low voice, are you negotiating with me? Jia Yin said, the deity realm of the ruins of End is destroyed. We great Tao sages now wander and can't obtain the help of the gods. We can't help them. The Black Shadow was silent. Jia Yin's expression was normal. He was not afraid of offending the other party. He was a great Tao sage, after all. He only gave the other party face because he was worried about the chaotic deities. In his circle, there were other great Tao divine spirits, but they were not as strong as this fellow. Their backgrounds were also inferior. The Black Shadow snorted. Why are you still standing here? Jia Yin bowed and left. 2 steps later, he disappeared. The Black Shadow disappeared and the hall fell silent. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. 500 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and a notification appeared. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been raised to the level of a Tao creator. The space inside the Tao field has been expanded. Tao field immortal Qi has increased by 10 times. Connate Qi has increased by 10 times. The Tao field can block all prying eyes. Tao creator level. Han Ju felt comfortable. This time, the Tao field was completely stable and he was not afraid of enemies. He had already reached the strongest limit. All prying eyes could be blocked. Han Ju asked in his mind, can the chaotic consciousness barge into the Tao field? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Can't barge in for the time being. Han Ju frowned. It seemed that he was thinking too much. But it was enough for a short time. Han Ju took out 2 creation spirit stones and entered the primordial world in the depths of his soul. He began to choose the chaotic fiend celestials. After hesitating for a long time, he finally chose the traversal fiend celestial and the fog fiend celestial. The traversal fiend celestial could be an intelligent spy in the future. The fog fiend celestial could help cover the second Tao field. After the 2 creation spirit stones fused with the fiend celestial Qi, Han Ju looked at the great Tao fragment and the heavenly Tao spirit stone. This time, he still had to choose a sealing method to throw targets into the primordial heavenly prison. As for the heavenly Tao spirit stone, he was a little hesitant to upgrade the Book of Misfortune again. It was very difficult to obtain a Dharma treasure that surpassed the great Tao realm. The system's choices also decreased. Although the Book of Misfortune was strong, it had rarely cursed an enemy to death when facing a great Tao sage. It would even give the curse fiend celestial a chance to rope in forces. Although the primordial judgment sword was Han Ju's accompanying Dharma treasure, it couldn't be forcefully upgraded. It could only become stronger because of his cultivation. Han Ju considered the killing Tao token and the heaven-opening axe. One day, he would have to personally walk through the chaos. The image of Pan Xian lingered in his mind. Forget it, he would preach the Tao first. It had been many years. Han Ju thought. At the same time, the disciples were still marveling at the increase in the spirit Qi when the great Tao of extreme origin suddenly covered the entire 100-peak immortal river, causing everyone to fall into a state of Tao comprehension. Buzhou Divine Mountain. At the top of the mountain, Han Yu stood by the cliff and looked down at the majestic mountain range. His gaze followed a figure. The figure rode the clouds above the mountains. He flipped around and his speed was extremely fast, like a swan. Han Yu looked satisfied. In the past, when he took in Tian Yong as his disciple, he was already pleasantly surprised. However, when he taught Qin Ling, he finally understood what the true joy of education was. No matter what he taught, Qin Ling learned it in one go. Not only that, but Qin Ling was also very obedient and liked to pester him, unlike Tian Yong, who always had his own thoughts. Now, Han Yu and Qin Ling were more like father and son. After Qin Ling's mother died, he treated Han Yu as the most important person in his only family. Speaking of this, Qin Ling was also very sad back then. However, ever since he went to the netherworld and learned that his father had long died, he told his mother about this. His mother no longer wanted to live. Without cultivation potential, even if she extended her life, it would only increase her loneliness. Han Yu had taught him that everyone had their own fate. Not everyone wanted to live forever. Without the ties of mortals, Qin Ling cultivated even more attentively and his cultivation level increased rapidly. Han Yu suddenly sent a voice transmission to him. Qin Ling came in front of him. Grandmaster. Qin Ling smiled. In front of Han Yu, he was always a child. Han Yu smiled kindly and said, "Now, Grandmaster no longer has anything to teach you. You've really grown up." Qin Ling smiled. "What are you saying? Cultivating with Grandmaster is cultivation in itself." Han Yu shook his head and laughed. "Actually, I've always had a goal in my heart that I'm unwilling to accept. That is to surpass my heartless ancestor. However, I've asked my master before. The difference between us is getting greater and greater. It's probably wishful thinking to want to surpass him." Qin Ling was surprised. Han Yu's master was a sage. Han Yu was also a mighty figure in the world. To be able to obtain the evaluation of a sage, how strong was Han Yu's ancestor? Qin Ling asked, "Is that senior a sage?" Facing Han Yu's ancestor, he had to use honorifics and not mess up his seniority. Han Yu had a complicated expression as he said, "I'm not sure. He's no longer in the immortal world." Then, he slowly told him the story of the Han family. Qin Ling listened carefully. As he listened, Qin Ling felt heartache. He had once thought that he had suffered the most, but compared to Grandmaster. He could imagine the despair Han Yu felt when the Han family was slaughtered and he asked his ancestor for help. Any mighty figure had experienced unimaginable hardship. After Han Yu finished speaking, Qin Ling suddenly asked curiously, "Who is your ancestor's ancestor? He must be a sage, right?" Han Yu restrained his emotions and smiled. "I wanted to tell you about this. I want to send you to the hidden sect to cultivate." The hidden sect? Qin Ling was stunned. He had naturally heard of the hidden sect. The most mysterious and powerful force in the immortal world. Wait, could it be that your ancestor's ancestor is in the hidden sect? Qin Ling asked, his breathing quickened. Back at the human race's 10,000 dynasty pilgrimage ceremony, he had heard many legends about the hidden sect. Many of the geniuses ranked higher than him were also from this sect. The number of geniuses in the hidden sect was the highest among the sage sects. Han Yu smiled and nodded. Qin Ling's shocked expression pleased him. In another period of time, Qin Ling would catch up to him sooner or later. As the Grandmaster, if he couldn't continue to help his grand disciple, he would be very disappointed and frustrated. If he could use his connections to help his grand disciple pursue the great Tao, he would be considered competent. Then, will you enter the hidden sect with me? Qin Ling frowned and asked. Han Yu smiled. Silly child, I have to guard Buzhou Divine Mountain. Go. How old are you already? Why are you still pretending to be sentimental? I'm just informing you about this. Be prepared. After some time, the disciples of the hidden sect will come and fetch you. Qin Ling thought for a moment and finally nodded. He also wanted to become stronger. Recently, he indeed felt that his cultivation speed was not good. It wasn't only the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Such a situation was happening everywhere in the immortal world. The news of the increase in the spirit qi in the 100-peak immortal river had already reached Li Xian'eo's ears through the myriad worlds projection. Li Xian'eo began to plan to attract a group of top geniuses in the world to cultivate in the 100-peak immortal river. He was confident that as long as they stayed in the 100-peak immortal river for a period of time, they would never leave. To cultivators, cultivation speed was their greatest pursuit. Chapter 702 Great Change Sealing Palm. Chapter 702 Great Change Sealing Palm. After the 100-year lecture ended, Han Ju took out the 9 Great Tao fragments and started to comprehend the Great Tao mystical power. 20 years later, he comprehended a Great Tao mystical power. Great Change Sealing Palm. Using the power of the Fiend Celestial to transform into a sealing power to imprison the enemy. It was extremely domineering. Han Ju began the simulation trial and imprisoned Ancestor Shitian with a palm. If it hit, the target would freeze. It's too powerful. Han Ju was extremely excited. He continued the simulation trial and used his new mystical power to defeat Ancestor Shitian. 2 hours later, Han Ju began to improve his Sword Dao mystical powers. After that, he cultivated the grand unity aspect. In the blink of an eye, 70 years passed. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Han Ju had learned 150 new Fiend Celestial Dharma idols this time. The number far exceeded the previous times. Some powerful Great Tao also appeared among the 150 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. For example, the Space Fiend Celestial, the Rewind Fiend Celestial, the Lone Fiend Celestial, and so on. As the name suggested, the Space Fiend Celestial controlled the power of space. Since ancient times, there had been a legend of the 3,000 Great Tao. Time was king and space was emperor. Of course, this was only a prejudice, but it was enough to show how powerful the Great Tao of time and space were. The Rewind Fiend Celestial could reverse everything that happened. Even if he died, he could return to his previous state. It was similar to the Great Tao of time. However, if time was erased, the Rewind Fiend Celestial could also reverse it. It could be said to be a match made in heaven with the Great Tao of time. The strength of the Lone Fiend Celestial was related to the number of chaotic Fiend Celestials. The fewer chaotic Fiend Celestials there were, the stronger he was. For this, he had to try his best to eliminate them. Other chaotic Fiend Celestials also had their own uses. Currently, Han Ju already controlled 549 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. He entered the simulation trial and mastered his skills. Every Great Tao sage was not Han Ju's match in a one-on-one battle. He had the talent to cross realms and kill enemies. The grand unity aspect and the new Great Tao mystical power would only widen the gap between him and his peers. Han Ju opened his eyes and moved Li Xian'eo in from the 100-peak immortal river. Li Xian'eo opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he had already arrived at Han Ju's Daoist temple. He had brought a group of geniuses and waited outside for more than 10 years. The pressure was too great, and the geniuses were a little dissatisfied. The personal disciples didn't dare to disturb Han Ju. They knew that even if he was cultivating, he could also sense the situation outside. There must be a reason why he left Li Xian'eo and the others alone. Little did they know that Han Ju had only focused on cultivation and had indeed neglected Li Xian'eo. Li Xian'eo bowed respectfully and explained his intentions. Han Ju used his sage sense to scan the area. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal with the geniuses, he agreed to Li Xian'eo's arrangements and directly moved them in, letting Li Xian'eo make the arrangements himself. Li Xian'eo thanked him excitedly and left. He had brought 37 geniuses this time. All of them had outstanding potential. A few had even awakened the chaotic physique and entered the chaotic domain. It had been a long time since Han Ju went to the chaotic domain. The difference in levels was too great. It was meaningless going there. He noticed that among this group of geniuses was Han Yu's grand disciple, Qin Ling. This kid had actually reached the rank 8 Immortal Emperor realm. His breakthrough speed was indeed fast. Han Ju only glanced at Qin Ling and had no intention of opening a back door for him. The current him was already a great Tao sage. The prodigies were nothing in front of him. Which of his enemies did not have heaven-defying talent and providence to reach their current heights? Han Ju went to the second Tao field. After the spirit Qi in the main Tao field transformed, the second Tao field was the same. The fiend celestials were still cultivating and Han Ju didn't disturb them. Guan Bubi was already at the mid-stage pseudosage realm. After reaching the perfected pseudosage realm, Han Ju would replace his chaotic fiend celestial bloodline. Great Loose Heaven was a perfected pseudosage. After becoming the Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial, he had been cultivating diligently. Han Ju could feel that he was very close to attaining the Tao with strength. He thought for a moment and sent a voice transmission to Great Loose Heaven to let him enter the temple. Great Loose Heaven was excited when he heard his voice. Relying on his own strength to attain the Tao required too much time. Be it Pangu or the Tao ancestor, both of them had spent billions of years comprehending it. Great Loose Heaven was anxious and had long wanted to attain the Tao, so he wanted to ask Han Ju for guidance. After entering the temple, Han Ju sized up Great Loose Heaven and was in no hurry to speak. The atmosphere was silent. After a long time, Great Loose Heaven suddenly kowtowed and gritted his teeth. Sect Master, I want to attain the Tao. In front of attaining the Tao, he could no longer care about his dignity. Han Ju smiled. With the potential of the chaotic fiend celestial, you will attain the Tao sooner or later. You don't have to be anxious. Great Loose Heaven was silent, but he looked unwilling. Han Ju asked, what do you want to do after attaining the Tao? Great Loose Heaven was stunned. I want the other sages regret it. A sage had promised him a sage position, but he had been intercepted. He would be furious every time he thought of this. During that period of time, he could be said to be the joke of the entire immortal world. From pseudo-sages to mortals who had just ascended, everyone knew that he had been played by a sage. Even a pseudo-sage wouldn't be able to withstand such humiliation. Great Loose Heaven, are you cultivating for yourself or for others? Han Ju asked casually. Great Loose Heaven replied, of course it's for myself. It's just that I can slap their faces in passing. That's the best. Han Ju said meaningfully, you want to slap the sages in the face today, but what about the next day? True mighty figures won't reveal their cultivation unless it's necessary. Take me, for example. Before I attained the Tao, have you heard of me? After I attained the Tao, how many things have you heard of me? Those who love fame and fortune will only fall deeper and deeper. I stay away from trouble and cultivate in peace. I've already surpassed the sages. Great Loose Heaven felt ashamed. After all, he was someone who had experienced many things. He could listen to Han Ju's lecture based on his own experience. Of course, if it was someone with a lower cultivation level than him, he would only scoff and even fly into a rage out of humiliation. After you attain the Tao, I won't let you out either. The sage realm might be strong in the heavenly Tao, but it's not enough in the chaos. You have to cultivate here in peace in the future, understand? Han Ju said earnestly. Han Ju's situation made Great Loose Heaven ashamed. He pursued the sage realm, but Han Ju treated it like an ant. Alright, it's time to help you attain the Tao. Han Ju suddenly smiled. Great Loose Heaven was stunned and then pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly kowtowed. He thought that Han Ju was going to reject him. He didn't expect him to really use his conscience. His respect for Han Ju instantly reached the extreme. He had followed the right person. Han Ju directly used the Great Tao of Extreme Origin to cover Great Loose Heaven. After attaining the Great Tao, Han Ju's Great Tao of Extreme Origin had already transformed. The vastness of the Tao made the pseudo-sage Great Loose Heaven fall into it. His soul was in an extremely sublime state. 100 years passed. Han Ju ended his lecture and walked out of the Taoist temple. Great Loose Heaven had already obtained the method to attain the Tao, but if he wanted to do it, he still needed to cultivate alone. His eyes were filled with confidence. He was confident that he could attain the Tao in 5,000 years. Chapter 703 Erasing the Past. Chapter 703 Erasing the Past. After Great Loose Heaven left, Han Ju looked at Rengang and Yin Hongchen. As the Earth Immortal World and the Immortal World were connected, the cultivation atmosphere also increased significantly. The reincarnation space distributed a large number of cultivation resources to the reincarnators. As the top reincarnators, Rengang and Yin Hongchen enjoyed the most. The two of them were still at the Immortal Emperor realm. Although they were still far from the deity realm, they were still improving. Their potential was not strong. It was all thanks to the resources of the reincarnation space. The two of them had been having a hard time recently. More and more cultivators from the immortal world had arrived, and there was no lack of factions and families among them. Conflicts naturally erupted. In the immortal world, cultivators would still worry about sages, but not in the Earth Immortal World. They didn't know which sage controlled the Earth Immortal World. There was even a situation where the forces of the Immortal World had an unsolvable conflict. They agreed to come to the Earth Immortal World to fight and decide the outcome and resolve the conflict. When the sages saw this situation, they turned a blind eye. If they suppressed the conflict too much, it would only intensify it. It was also a good thing to have a place to vent. Han Ju sent a dream to Rengang and Yin Hongchen, wanting to ask if they were prepared to give up their freedom. In the end, after struggling, the two of them chose to wait. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. They had not given up. They wanted to see how far they could go by themselves. Han Ju also chose to respect their decision. He wasn't in a hurry. Only by achieving great enlightenment could they truly cultivate diligently. Otherwise, even if Han Ju forcefully brought them to the second Tao field, they would be impetuous and develop mental demons. As his cultivation level increased, Han Ju's mental state gradually relaxed. In the past, he was only afraid that his disciples would cause trouble for him. Now, if a disciple asked to go out, he wouldn't strictly stop them. However, no personal disciple went out recently. They might have gotten used to staying in the 100-peak Immortal River. Han Ju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River and happened to see Li Xian'eo waiting in front of the Taoist temple. He prepared to go out again. Han Ju sent him out with a thought. Although this was troublesome, it was at least safe. Han Ju couldn't give the disciples free access. It would be over if the enemy infiltrated one day. The higher his cultivation level, the more careful Han Ju had to be. Experts always failed miserably after getting overconfident. Han Ju perked up and continued cultivating. The matter of him attaining the Great Tao did not cause a commotion in the Heavenly Tao because no one knew. Han Ju was now the only Great Tao sage in the Heavenly Tao. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the Pangu Hall, Pan Xian sat on his mat and heaved a sigh of relief. His brows were filled with exhaustion. Not long after, Jin Shen and Emperor Shao arrived. The two of them bowed to Pan Xian. He waved his hand and gestured for them to sit down. This trip to the chaos can be considered to have established a great backer. In the future, it will be convenient for you to travel through the chaos, but it can only be considered convenient. The chaotic order is chaotic, so you still have to be extremely careful, Pan Xian said. Jin Shen and Emperor Shao were very happy. It was already the consensus of the heavenly Tao to head to the chaos. Although the deity realm of the ruins of End had repeatedly invaded the heavenly Tao, it did not represent the entire chaos. The chaos was enormous, and the deity realm of the ruins of End was only a small corner. The two sages noticed that Pan Xian was not very joyful. Emperor Shao asked, "What happened?" Pan Xian said, "It's fine. It's just a problem with my cultivation. I still want to become a great Tao sage in one go, but that senior said that my foundation is not enough. I still have to wait." Great Tao sage. Emperor Shao and Jin Shen were shocked. They knew that above the heavenly Tao sage realm was the freedom sage realm. Above that was the great Tao sage realm. Pan Xian had already begun to touch that realm. He was truly an invincible existence in the heavenly Tao. Emperor Shao narrowed his eyes and asked, "The other sages want to open a Tao field at the end of the chaotic heavenly road. Do you agree?" Pan Xian snorted. "Why? Aren't the immortal world and the myriad worlds enough for them? Reject them all. They don't even dare to use their true bodies to go. If they agree, we will have to take care of their Tao fields in the future." He had already experienced the shamelessness of sages. If he agreed today, the sages would make more requests tomorrow and use all sorts of reasons and logic to make him speechless. Pan Xian also wanted to salvage his image now and did not want to be as unreasonable as before. He didn't have the bearing of a mighty figure, but in terms of words, he was really inferior to those sages. Emperor Shao nodded. Jin Shen glanced at him, thinking about something 5,000 years past. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked puzzled. Although he had become a great Tao sage, he was not a transcendent Tao expert. He was clearly not restricted by the great Tao. Could it be that he had created the great Tao of extreme origin and in a sense, could be considered a great Tao sage? This was the only explanation. After becoming a great Tao sage, Han Ju's cultivation speed suddenly slowed down. His current cultivation method was still to comprehend the Tao. Comprehending the Tao seemed to be meditation, but it was actually helping the great Tao develop. No matter what his thoughts were, the great Tao would develop in that direction. Han Ju stopped thinking and checked the emails. "Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Great Loose Heaven used his strength to attain the Tao and obtained the primordial chaos Tao fruit. Your grand disciple Fang Liang received a dream from the Tao ancestor. Your disciple Zhou Fan received your enemy 7 Tao sage's dream. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial. Your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial, was attacked by your good friend Divine Lord Peacock. He was severely injured and only had a remnant soul left. Your good friend Empress Hudu was attacked by your enemy, Vuxian. Great Loose Heaven successfully attained the Tao. It was as Han Ju had expected. Divine Lord Peacock gave him a surprise. This fellow was really persistent in chasing after the Curse Fiend Celestial. Further down, Empress Hudu and Vuxian fought. Han Ju felt that this was only a superficial sight. It might be a collision of two forces. The ancestral magi should not be considered a deity realm of the ruins of End force. They might be taking revenge. Speaking of which, the tragic state of the magi indeed had the sages to blame. Why could the demons still do so well while the magi could not? They could only blame the Magus race for not having a sage back then. Empress Hudu was only a reincarnation sage and was far inferior to a heavenly Tao sage. Behind the demons were Nuwa and Vuxian. Han Ju continued reading with relish. After becoming a great Tao sage, looking at these enemies, he had a strange feeling. At least he did not feel threatened. At this moment, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that you are being erased by a mysterious force. Do you want to head to the chaotic river of destiny to stop it? If you go, the system will protect your karma and prevent you from being attacked by forces outside the chaotic river of destiny. Han Ju frowned. What did this mean? What happens if I don't go? The past will be erased. Your disciples, relatives, and everyone who knows you will forget your existence. Chapter 704 Karma of the Chaos Core. Chapter 704 Karma of the Chaos Core. If I go, can I defeat the other party? Han Ju asked in his mind. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, Han Ju immediately relaxed. He asked, if I go, will I be attacked by even stronger existences? No, the chaotic river of destiny is a special space. It can only be entered by the soul and can only be met by karma. The system will isolate other karma other than the other party. I see. Han Ju was enlightened. At the same time, he felt his memories flowing away. This feeling was very strange, but as a great Tao sage, he could indeed feel it. He immediately chose to go. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Immediately after, his soul jumped out of the heavenly Tao and the chaos, arriving at a higher domain. Han Ju took a closer look. The surroundings were filled with a fantasy seven-colored light that was distorted and dizzying. Under Han Ju's feet was a golden river of light formed by countless stars. Even as a great Tao sage, he couldn't count them at a glance. They were too dense and endless. Looking up, he couldn't see the end in all directions, including above. Was this the chaotic river of destiny? Frowning, Han Ju immediately searched for the mysterious existence who wanted to erase his past. Soon, he locked onto a direction and immediately rushed over. In an instant, he arrived behind a figure. This figure was a black shadow. His true appearance could not be seen. He kept waving his hand at the river of destiny below. Without another word, Han Ju waved his palm. Great change sealing palm. The black shadow suddenly disappeared and dodged the palm. It appeared dozens of feet away. It's you. The black shadow was shocked. Han Ju had a strange expression. The voice was familiar. Fang Liang. Han Ju frowned. Wasn't Fang Liang already purified? Why was he here to erase his past? Could it be that this Fang Liang was not the Fang Liang of his timeline? Han Ju asked, why do this? The black shadow couldn't hide his shock and muttered, you've already attained the great Tao. Han Ju attacked again and suddenly appeared behind him. He used the great change sealing palm. Fang Liang continued to dodge, and Han Ju chased after him. Grandmaster. Wait. I'm not trying to harm you. Fang Liang said anxiously. Han Ju stopped and said, tell me honestly, or you will die. Fang Liang stopped and said, I'm from the timeline of the Great Tao Calamity. Your identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord has been exposed. The mighty figures of the chaos want to get rid of you, so I want to erase your past so that they can't deduce your existence. Han Ju still frowned. He asked in his mind, if he successfully erases my past, will I die? No, but you will be rejected by the chaos and the heavenly Tao. You will flow into an unknown blank domain. What is a blank domain? No karma. The system cannot derive it. He hesitated. At least he wouldn't die immediately after his past was erased. In other words, Fang Liang's words were still credible. Fang Liang gritted his teeth and said, Grandmaster, although you know about this matter involves many unimaginable mighty figures. Even if you change your fate, they will sense it. You can either become their enemy or let me erase your past so that they can't deduce it. Han Ju snorted. So what if I'm their enemy? I'm not afraid. Don't do this for me in the future. This isn't the first time. He remembered that Fang Liang's soul had transmigrated to the primordial era and also wanted to change his fate. Although it was for his own good, he did not need it. The path he was taking now was the correct path. The current Tao field array formation was at the Tao creator level. Even if the chaotic deities attacked, they wouldn't be able to break through in a short period of time. Moreover, even if the future chaotic deities sensed him, they wouldn't be able to deduce him. The Tao field could block all prying. Fang Liang hesitated. Han Ju waved his hand. Get lost. Fang Liang took a deep breath and said, Grandmaster, it's my wish to see you again. Since you've already decided, I won't insist. I can only give you another piece of advice. Don't advance the great Tao immeasurable calamity. With that, he disappeared. Han Ju immediately left and returned to his body. He opened his eyes and recalled Fang Liang's words. Advancing the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Why would I do that? There was only one possibility. Someone had provoked him, or someone related to him had died. Han Ju hesitated. Should he summon all the disciples outside? Forget it. If he did this, he would probably change something. Han Ju asked in his mind, how long until the next great Tao calamity? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. If there are no major changes, it will be in about 23 billion years. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no change. He was puzzled. Why can't I sense what Fang Liang did previously? Because he entered the chaotic river of destiny. This river is higher than the ordinary river of destiny and is above the chaos. It is extremely difficult to find. If the future you is still alive, even without the system, the future you will quickly sense it unless the future you is suppressed. That made sense. In the future, he would be hunted down by the chaotic deities. He might be restrained and suppressed, unable to save his past self. It was so difficult. Why could Fang Liang find it? Could it be that he had borrowed the power of the Tao ancestor? Ever since Fang Liang had been targeted by the Tao ancestor, his soul had been able to pass through ancient times. This meant that the Tao ancestor had the ability to spy on the river of destiny. I have to be careful in the future. I can't leave the heavenly Tao easily. Han Ju thought silently. Suddenly becoming curious, he immediately asked in his mind, how many deities are there in the chaos? It involves the karma of the chaos core. It cannot be deduced to prevent the backlash of karma. Han Ju was stunned. This was the first time such a situation had happened. In the past, he couldn't deduce it because the other party was stronger than the system. The danger in the chaos was indeed very deep. Han Ju cursed silently. After being played by Fang Liang, he suddenly lost confidence. Previously, he was still very arrogant. After all, even Ancestor Shitian was not his match. Han Ju suddenly hoped that a powerful enemy would attack the heavenly Tao so that he could increase his confidence. He was indeed not strong enough to face the chaotic deities now. Han Ju shook his head. He took out the heavenly Tao spirit stone and the Book of Misfortune and decided to strengthen it and other Dharma treasures. He couldn't resist the chaotic deities either, so he might as well go all the way. From Fang Liang's words, he knew that the chaotic deities couldn't deduce the Dark Forbidden Lord's true identity. He had been exposed by someone. He made up his mind not to use the Book of Misfortune easily in the future. It was best to wait until the Book of Misfortune could injure the chaotic deities. Han Ju observed the immortal world as he upgraded the book. He had just experienced a soul-stirring battle, but the immortal world was still very calm. Recently, the providence of the heavenly Tao had increased greatly. Han Ju could feel that the heavenly Tao could accommodate another heavenly Tao sage. The sages would probably start scheming again. Han Ju had no intention of fighting. Now that he had grasped the great change sealing palm, even if the new sage was disobedient, he could just throw him into the primordial heavenly prison. Chapter 705 Old Brother Han. Chapter 705 Old Brother Han Ju was observing the immortal world when Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice entered his ears, "Fellow Taoist Han, come to the Universal Hall." This fellow really knew how to read the mood. Han Ju had no choice but to put the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and the Book of Misfortune into the primordial world. He multitasked and let them continue to fuse. He followed them to the 33rd heaven and entered the Universal Hall. The sages arrived one after another. Indeed, it was for the new sage position. As usual, Han Ju didn't speak and watched the sages fight. Emperor Shao said, "The devil race's sage position should be here soon. I've been waiting for countless years, please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Xiao Shilai said disdainfully, "Our Western sect is also waiting." The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said in a strange tone, "The human school originally had 2 seats. The Heavenly Venerate has worked hard and contributed greatly. He should think about the human school, right, everyone?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du glanced at the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and was puzzled. How had he offended him? Pan Xian said, "The chaotic heavenly road needs sages. This spot should belong to me." He thickened his face and asked for it directly. For a time, the sages began to fight and argue. Shi Dudao stood up and left. Li Daokong immediately followed. Soon, the pressure of the 2 sages fighting came from the void. Han Ju didn't leave and looked at the sages with relish. He had already widened the gap between him and the Heavenly Tao sages, including Pan Xian and Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. None of them were a threat to him. Watching the sages argue could add to his peaceful cultivation years. After a while, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at him and asked, "What do you think, fellow Taoist Han?" Han Ju smiled. "You're asking me? Then give it to me so that we don't get into a dispute." The sages were stunned and surprised. This was not Han Ju's style. Xiao Shilai immediately said, "I think so, too." Sect Master Tian Ju said, "Fellow Taoist Han has contributed greatly to the Heavenly Tao. We should indeed reward the hidden sect with a sage seat." Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Fang Liang, and Huang Zuantian agreed. Pan Xian was expressionless, but his heart twitched. He was certain that these 5 sages were definitely Han Ju's lackeys. There was also Li Daokong, who had just gone out, and Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, who had been fawning over Han Ju. The 7 sages were all supporting Han Ju. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate also saw through it and immediately chose to support Han Ju. Sooner or later, he would have to take sides. He could accept following Han Ju. In any case, the Heavenly Tao couldn't be led by Pan Xian and Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. 8 sages. Together with Han Ju, there were 9 sages. Pan Xian's heart skipped a beat. The situation was not optimistic. He immediately looked at Han Ju and asked, "Fellow Taoist Han wants to fight with me?" No matter how scheming he was, he could tell that Han Ju was the leader. If he gave in to him, the other sages wouldn't stop him. He began to suspect if Han Ju had asked the sages to scheme against him. Han Ju said, "You really want it?" Pan Xian said, "Of course. Who are you going to choose?" "There's no fixed person for the time being. That means no one is suitable on your side. Do you just want to occupy the position first?" "I recommend the hidden sect disciple, Tao Sovereign. Everyone should know his potential," Han Ju said calmly, and the sages nodded. Tao Sovereign was once the #1 prodigy in the immortal world. Now that he was a pseudo-sage expert, he was indeed qualified. Pan Xian frowned. The chaotic heavenly road needs sages to guard it. If you insist, send a sage to the chaos. The sages were silent. Han Ju also fell silent. Who dared to go to the chaos? They would die after leaving the heavenly Tao. Han Ju was afraid of the chaotic deities and couldn't go out. Pan Xian said proudly, "You're timid. Why do you want to fight with me? I'm also thinking for the heavenly Tao. In the future, the heavenly Tao will definitely face stronger enemies and also need the sages to go to the chaos to open up new worlds. Don't delay the development of the heavenly Tao for the sake of power." Han Ju smiled. "In that case, I'll give it to you, but you have to choose someone from the heavenly Tao." Pan Xian said, "Of course." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du added, "The new sage position will be decided by fellow Taoist Pan." Seeing that Han Ju had agreed, the other sages naturally had nothing to say. The sage meeting ended. The sages left. Pan Xian invited him to Pangu Hall as a guest, and Han Ju didn't refuse. The two of them came to the Pangu Hall and sat down. Han Ju could feel that the Pangu Hall had already activated the restriction and could block the prying of sages. Pan Xian sighed heavily. Pretending to be puzzled, Han Ju asked, "Fellow Taoist Pan, you just obtained the position. Why are you sighing?" Pan Xian said, "Fellow Taoist Han, I'm older than you and can be considered an old friend. Why don't we call each other brothers? I'm suffering. You should have heard of my previous encounters. Now, I look powerful, but I'm being pushed forward without freedom. I want to repay the heavenly Tao, but the sages are always wary of me," he began to complain. Hearing this fellow call himself brother, Han Ju couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He hesitated if he should throw Pan Xian into the primordial heavenly prison now. "Brother Han, you must support me in the future. I know that the reason why you protected the heavenly Tao is that you want to obtain the heavenly Tao's protection. I'll protect the heavenly Tao and the heavenly Tao will protect you. If we join forces, we can definitely reach the great Tao together," Pan Xian said with great ambition. This time, Han Ju took the initiative to give him the sage position, allowing him to see hope. If he could rope Han Ju in, he would have the final say in the heavenly Tao. Pan Xian was very excited just thinking about it. Han Ju asked, "Why do you want to control the heavenly Tao so much? I see that you really don't have the talent to manage it." Pan Xian's face didn't go red and his heartbeat didn't accelerate. He said, "Only then can I train. But in the end, it's a choice. No matter how talented Heavenly Venerate Xian Du is, his master is the father of the deity realm of the ruins of End. I'm different. I'm Pangu's descendant. Protecting the heavenly Tao is protecting giant god Pangu." Han Ju asked, "What will you do after you unify the heavenly Tao?" "It's time." Pan Xian suppressed his surprise. He felt that he was about to succeed. He wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he thought for a moment and said, "Xian Du's idea of developing the chaos is correct, but if the heavenly Tao wants to truly gain a foothold in the chaos, it still has to find a backer. While developing the heavenly Tao, I will seek a huge backer for the heavenly Tao, a backer that can intimidate the deity realm of the ruins of End. My initial goal is the ancient Great Tao Divine Spirit. Although the Great Tao Divine Spirit is at the same realm as the Great Tao Sages, those ancient Great Tao Divine Spirits all have the power to suppress the Great Tao Sages." Han Ju smiled. Pan Xian smiled and asked, "Old brother Han, you agree with me, right?" Han Ju suddenly raised his palm and struck him. Pan Xian did not have time to react and instantly froze. His dermic powers were sealed by the great change sealing palm and his soul could not escape his body. "You," Pan Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. Without another word, Han Ju brought him to the Taoist temple of the 100-peak immortal river. Pan Xian was thrown into the primordial heavenly prison. He glared at him, his eyes filled with confusion, fear, and disbelief. He was confused about why Han Ju attacked. He was fearful of his strength. He was in disbelief. Why could Han Ju directly suppress him? Chapter 706 Great Chaotic Era. Chapter 706 Great Chaotic Era. After returning to the Daoist temple, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. No one could save Pan Xian now. Han Ju faced Pan Xian's gaze and said calmly, if you want to blame someone, blame what you said just now. Your choice makes me uneasy. Pan Xian gritted his teeth. Who are you? At this moment, Han Ju's image in his mind became mysterious. More than 200,000 years ago, when he first met Han Ju, this child was only an ant. Now that he was at the Freedom Sage realm, Han Ju easily suppressed him. What did this mean? This meant that Han Ju was at least a great Tao sage. In just 200,000 years, it was impossible for a mortal to cultivate to the great Tao sage realm. There was only one possibility. Han Ju was a mighty figure himself. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Pan Xian knew that the great Tao sages liked to use their clones or Dharma idols to reincarnate and set up traps in various corners of the chaos. Han Ju was definitely one of them. Facing Pan Xian's question, Han Ju smiled and sealed his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and began another bout of seclusion. In the depths of the chaos, in the great Tao Tower. After tens of thousands of years of development, the great Tao Tower had already formed. All kinds of floating islands and buildings that were like stars gathered in a radius of billions of kilometers. In the palace on the first floor of the great Tao Tower, Zhou Fan and the evil heavenly emperor gathered in the hall. There was no third person. Zhou Fan asked, "Where's Han Tuo?" He still cared a lot about this junior. Han Tuo was Han Ju's son, so he was naturally his junior. The evil heavenly emperor said, "He's trying to attain the Tao." Zhou Fan smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. If my master knows, he'll be very happy. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. Zhou Fan sized him up and said meaningfully, "Your Majesty, I suddenly can't see through you. Who are you working for now?" The heavenly court's reputation in the dark forbidden zone was becoming greater and greater. Some time ago, the heavenly troops actually brought the inauspicious evil when they fought. This matter had already alarmed the entire chaos, indicating that the heavenly court was already a colossus. Even the great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End had no choice but to face the evil heavenly emperor. The evil heavenly emperor placed his hands behind his waist. His imperial robe fluttered as he chuckled. "I'm not with anyone. I'm just fighting for my life." Fighting for your life, Zhou Fan was deep in thought. They had already transcended the heavenly Tao and could freely travel through the chaos. They could travel through the past and future and look down on all living beings. Such a realm was something they had never imagined. But even so, they were still trapped. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "Alright, let's not talk about meaningless things. I came to you today to plan for a mysterious domain formed by the corpse of an ancient chaotic fiend celestial. There are great opportunities hidden inside. If my heavenly court eats alone, the losses will definitely be heavy. I'll give you a portion of the benefits. You should have already seen my sincerity from our previous cooperation. Do you want to take action?" Zhou Fan asked. That mysterious mighty figure also wants to attack. The evil heavenly emperor nodded. "Without him, I wouldn't dare." "Alright, the great Tao Tower is also participating." Zhou Fan agreed readily. He wasn't confident in the evil heavenly emperor, but in the mysterious mighty figure. He asked curiously, "Who is that mighty figure? Is he related to the inauspicious evil?" The evil heavenly emperor said with a faint smile, "Don't ask about some things. You're only a primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal." If anyone else said this, Zhou Fan would definitely feel humiliated. However, from the evil heavenly emperor's words, Zhou Fan could hear his concern. If he continued asking, he might very well violate the taboo. He was no longer an ignorant mortal in the immortal world. Now, he had a certain understanding of the chaos. In the endless chaos, there were indeed many taboos that could not be probed or even spoken. Even a great Tao sage wouldn't violate these taboos. The evil heavenly emperor turned into golden smoke and dissipated, leaving only a sentence: 3,000 years later, bring people to the waning moon star field. I will lead 10 million heavenly troops to wait for you. Zhou Fan narrowed his eyes. He was shocked by the speed of development. These people were sent as fodder. It was not the full strength of the heavenly court. 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju opened his eyes. Pan Xian had yet to be enslaved, but he had already lost consciousness and was sitting quietly in the invisible primordial heavenly prison. As expected of an existence at the perfected freedom primordial chaos realm. Wouldn't it take millions of years or even longer to enslave the chaotic deities? Han Ju had this thought and even started to worry. He believed that as long as he played it safe and was careful, he would be on par with the chaotic deities or even surpass them. Even without the system, he could continue to grow with everything he had. Of course, he was still grateful to the system. Without the system, he would still be floating in the cycle of reincarnation. How could he pursue the Tao and live forever? Han Ju looked outside the Taoist temple. Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, and Jiang Yi were waiting at the door. After training outside, Tao Sovereign returned to cultivate diligently. Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi were the closest to him. After all, they were both prodigies. Han Ju's voice floated out, "What is it?" The three of them had been kneeling for several years. Unable to wait any longer, Jiang Yi was the first to speak. "Master, the three of us want to go to the chaos to train." Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi were already at the perfected zenith heaven golden immortal realm and could become pseudo-sages at any time. However, they suppressed their cultivation levels. It was probably related to Tao Sovereign. Tao Sovereign said, "Recently, there has been some information from the Chaos Heavenly Road. At the end of the Chaos Heavenly Road is the world of paragons. It's even larger than the immortal world. There are countless planes and secret realms hidden around it. There are countless opportunities. The three of us want to try." Han Ju said, "The chaos is very dangerous. If anything happens, I won't save you. Think carefully." Zhao Xianyuan chuckled. "Master, don't worry. What happened before the previous calamity won't happen. We will definitely be careful. Even if something happens, the three of us have already left our split souls in our respective Taoist temples. At most, we will cultivate again." It wasn't rare for Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals to have such methods. Han Ju sent them out. Since they had left a way out, it was good to go out and explore. Han Ju still didn't know much about the chaos. It was also a good thing to send disciples to gain information. The future heavenly Tao was definitely not safe. The great chaotic era had already begun. After sending the three of them off, Han Ju looked at the emails and continued cultivating. Another 3,000 years passed. Primordial Heavenly Prison has successfully enslaved the target. Pan Xian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. It took him 8,000 years to successfully enslave this fellow. Han Ju immediately checked Pan Xian's attributes panel. Pan Xian, perfected of the freedom primordial chaos realm, Pangu's descendant, one of the first living beings after creation. He has experienced the immeasurable calamity and roams the mortal world. Afraid of being discovered by the ancient master of calamity, he especially infiltrated the Sword Dao River. Because of your nature, he is interested in you. Current favorability, max. Perfected freedom primordial chaos realm. If Han Ju helped him, he might be able to create a great Tao sage. However, the great Tao door required one to work hard. Others couldn't help, at least not now. At most, he could talk about his Tao validation experience. At this moment, Pangu has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Chapter 707 Higher Level Chaos. Chapter 707 Higher Level Chaos. Han Ju was stunned when he saw the notification. Pangu. This fellow was indeed not dead. Han Ju immediately became nervous. He immediately checked his interpersonal relationships and found Pangu. Pangu's portrait was extremely domineering. He was roaring at the sky with a sinister expression. His eyes were filled with deterrence. His black hair was disheveled and looked very ancient. Pangu, cultivation unknown. Chaotic fiend celestial, creator of the heavenly Tao, ancestor of all things, fiend celestial slayer. Because you severed the will control he left in Pan-Xian, he has developed displeasure towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star, so much connate providence. Han Ju frowned. Pangu's cultivation level was unknown, so he was definitely stronger than him. As for how strong, he couldn't say for the time being. In any case, he was no match for Pangu now. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. He was still too rash. He shouldn't be in such a hurry to enslave Pan-Xian. He could completely control him, but it would take some effort. At this moment, Pan-Xian slowly opened his eyes. Seeing him, he immediately knelt down. Han Ju asked, "Have you seen Pangu?" Pan-Xian looked up and said in surprise, "Giant god Pangu has long died. How can I have seen him? Even in his inheritance, I can only see his figure and not his true body." Han Ju was deep in thought. Where was Pangu? He used the derivation function to deduce. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? This was already equivalent to the value of a Tao creator, comparable to a chaotic deity. Continue. A notification appeared in front of him. Can't deduce Pangu's exact location. He's not alive at the moment. Dead, but not completely dead. Han Ju continued to ask in his mind, "Can Pangu threaten me now?" No, this time, his lifespan was not deducted. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Pangu was really dead, but his will existed in a form that even the great Tao sages could not understand. No matter what, it was fine as long as Pangu could not threaten Han Ju for the time being. Han Ju looked at Pan-Xian again. Pan-Xian knelt very respectfully, like a servant. Han Ju asked, "Who's the elder brother and younger brother now?" Pan-Xian was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. "You're my elder brother and I'm your younger brother. You can call me whatever you want." Han Ju was secretly pleased. "Who asked you to posture in front of me?" He didn't make things difficult for him. That would only lower his status. No matter what, Pan-Xian was a freedom sage, after all. He should give him face. "Don't reveal our relationship when you return. Continue what you did before, but don't help the great Tao divine spirit. In the future, focus on the heavenly Tao. Don't think of a way to extradite any existence in the chaos into the heavenly Tao, understand?" Han Ju instructed. Pan-Xian nodded in agreement. Then, Han Ju reminded him again before waving his hand and sending him to the 33rd heaven. Pan-Xian arrived in front of his Pangu hall. Emperor Shao and Jin Shen appeared. The two sages heaved a sigh of relief when they saw him. The sages had seen Pan-Xian inviting Han Ju inside, but after that, their auras disappeared. It was extremely strange. Emperor Shao and Jin Shen both knew of Han Ju's terrifying achievements. Their fear was deeply rooted, causing them to lose confidence in Pan-Xian. Now that Pan-Xian had returned, the nervousness in the hearts of the two sages instantly vanished. "Why did you take so long to return?" Jin Shen asked. Pan Xian said expressionlessly, a mere 8,000 years is considered long. I only discussed the Tao with fellow Taoist Han. He entered Pangu Hall. The two sages followed closely behind. On the other side, in the Universal Hall, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was deep in thought when he saw that scene. He felt that something was wrong. Pan Xian had changed. He carefully recalled the past. It seemed that the sages who had disappeared with Han Ju for a period of time had become extremely respectful to him after returning and listening to him. Could it be that Pan Xian was the same? He shook his head. Pan Xian was a freedom sage. Even a group of great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End couldn't do anything to him. What right did Han Ju have to threaten him? In Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's opinion, it was almost impossible to force Pan Xian to submit. However, he still didn't dare to completely deny Han Ju's ability to do so. He couldn't understand his growth speed. He decided to observe Pan Xian later. In the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened the emails after observing the immortal world. He wondered if anything major had happened in his circle of friends over the years. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and fell into the endless crack of the universe. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by the descendants of the Fiend Celestial, X2703827, your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by the descendants of the Fiend Celestial, X89044483, your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by an ancient chaotic Fiend Celestial and was severely injured. Your good friend Empress Hutu created a world. The power of reincarnation transformed into all things. Your disciple Dao Sovereign has entered the mysterious mystic realm. Your disciple Zhao Xianyuan has entered the mysterious mystic realm. Your good friend Jiang Yi has entered the mysterious mystic realm. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by a mysterious existence and was severely injured. The evil Heavenly Emperor was fighting again. Just by reading the emails, he could feel the cruelty of that war, but Han Ju was not worried. He believed that the evil Heavenly Emperor would have the last laugh. He continued to look down. As expected, the three brothers led by Dao Sovereign who had gone out earlier began to be beaten up. Apart from these two groups of people, the other friends were all cultivating or seeking opportunities. It was considered calm. After reading the emails, Han Ju looked at Xing Hongxian. The fetus was still in gestation, and it was still impossible to predict when he would be born. Han Ju suddenly wondered if this kid would never come out. He had no choice but to use the derivation function. I want to know when my youngest son will be born. 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Unable to be born. The chaos cannot accommodate two primordial fiend celestials. Han Ju was stunned. He didn't expect to be right. This kid really couldn't come out. Wait. Could it be that Primordial Origin's failure was also because of him? Han Ju frowned. At this rate, his youngest son would stay in his mother's womb forever. What was the difference between this and being sealed? This was troublesome. Han Ju continued to ask in his mind, how can I make the chaos accommodate two primordial fiend celestials? 10 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 10 times the value of the Tao Creator. Han Ju's heart twitched. Destroy the current chaos and create a higher level chaos. Han Ju frowned. He suddenly recalled the previous deduction of the future. Qin Ling had roared that he wanted to destroy the chaos and open up the primordial world. Could it be his arrangement? It was very likely. The terrifying giant shadow behind the heavenly Tao army should be Han Ju himself. I see. Han Ju's expression became complicated. He didn't want to advance the process of the great Tao immeasurable calamity, but in that case, his youngest son would still have to stay in Xing Hongshuan's womb for at least 23 billion years. Not to mention his youngest son's feelings, Xing Hongxian probably wouldn't be able to stand it either. Was there no other way? Since it couldn't accommodate two primordial fiend celestials, wouldn't his youngest son be born if he wasn't a primordial fiend celestial? Chapter 708 Mysterious Fellow Daoist Han. Chapter 708 Mysterious Fellow Daoist Han. Han Ju frowned as his thoughts ran wild. His idea just now was indeed a way to make his youngest son temporarily lose the primordial fiend celestial's bloodline. He should be able to be born. In that case, it was as if he, the father, was suppressing his son's potential. Why couldn't he give up the primordial fiend celestial bloodline? This thought flashed through Han Ju's mind and was quickly abandoned. No way. His son was a primordial fiend celestial and had to grow for countless years. He was the primordial fiend celestial now and could protect everyone around him. Han Ju wasn't stupid and wouldn't cause trouble for himself. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Was there any bloodline higher than the primordial fiend celestial? Han Ju immediately asked in his mind, if my bloodline surpasses the primordial fiend celestial, can my son be born? 10 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, the chaos only rejects the primordial chaos, but there is no bloodline stronger than the primordial fiend celestial at the moment. At least, the system has not encountered any karma of that level. This line of words contained a lot of information. Could it be that the system had encountered the primordial fiend celestial before? In other words, the system might have come from an even older era than the chaos. Han Ju couldn't imagine it. He didn't ask anymore. If he continued asking, he wouldn't be able to stop. 10 quadrillion years was nothing to him, but it couldn't withstand the consumption of asking 100,000 questions. Han Ju looked at Xing Hongxian again. He would make a decision when she couldn't stand her current state and looked for him. Currently, the existence of her youngest son could still help Xing Hongxian cultivate. It was a good thing. Before becoming a human, it was not bad to be a cultivation device. Han Ju thought silently. He suddenly thought of a possibility. If he removed his youngest son's bloodline, causing him to be born amidst the expectations of countless people but ultimately disappointed them with inferior talent, wouldn't he fall from grace as the strongest genius of the hidden sect? Wasn't this a fucking fantasy novel? Han Ju was actually looking forward to it. Cough cough. It was better to wait and see. If possible, he wouldn't do that. Otherwise, the child would suffer a lot. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. At the edge of the immortal world, a golden path extended from the top of a peak into the depths of the dark forbidden zone. This golden path was 10,000 feet wide and grand. One could see some cultivators coming and going. When they passed by, they would greet each other warmly. After training in the chaos, when they returned to the heavenly Tao, the cultivators felt like they had returned to their hometown, so they became enthusiastic. It had to be said that Pan Xian had indeed contributed greatly. The appearance of the chaotic heavenly road had indeed played the role of uniting the cultivators with higher cultivation levels in the heavenly Tao. Pan Xian suddenly landed on the golden light path. Behind him was Jin Shen. The two sages retracted their sage aura and suppressed their cultivation to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm before walking forward. On this trip to the chaos, I'll also check the chaotic heavenly road. You should be more serious and see if anything is lacking, Pan Xian instructed in a low voice. Jin Shen nodded. He had a strange expression. He felt that Pan Xian had changed. He had become more stable and responsible. Like heavenly venerate Xian Du in the past, Pan Xian did not care if the chaotic heavenly road was perfected. He only wanted to fight for power. Could it be that the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage had enlightened him? For a time, Han Ju's image in Jin Shen's heart suddenly improved. In his opinion, Han Ju was the true perfect Tao pursuer. He was indifferent to fame and fortune and cultivated in seclusion every day. However, when the heavenly Tao was in trouble, he never avoided it. He always stood up and turned the tide. Of course, worship was worship. Jin Shan had no intention of joining the hidden sect. The hidden sect was already powerful enough. Even if he joined, it would be very difficult for him to gain Han Ju's trust. Pan Xian was different. There were too few people around him. He was his right-hand man. The two sages strolled forward, but each step covered 10,000 miles. Soon, they entered the dark forbidden zone. Looking back, they could no longer see the immortal world. The golden path was surrounded by darkness. It was extremely dark, with no light in sight. It was extremely oppressive. 3 people flew over and complained to each other. "It's all your fault. What information did you find? There's no opportunity there. It's complete purgatory." "That's right. Tao Sovereign, can you be more cautious in the future?" "Nonsense, it's all because of the two of you. The moment you entered, you wandered around like ferocious dogs and triggered the restriction." It was Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, and Jiang Yi. Their auras were a little weak. It was obvious that they had just experienced a fierce battle. Pan Xian and Jin Shan recognized the 3 of them. After all, the sages paid attention to the hidden sect. Tao Sovereign and the other 2 were the faces of the hidden sect disciples. They were famous before entering the hidden sect. Tao Sovereign and the other 2 could not see the sages' true appearances. They could only see the fog on their faces, so they did not stop and brushed past them. In the chaotic heavenly road, they often encountered mighty figures who hid their true appearance, so Tao Sovereign and the other 2 were not surprised. After the 2 sides left each other, Jin Shan sighed. The hidden sect's foundation is really strong. Those 3 are actually all pseudo-sages. Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi had also become pseudo-sages in the chaos. Pan Xian said casually, "Fellow Taoist Han indeed has good taste. The heavenly Tao is lucky to have him." Jin Shan understood what he meant and asked cautiously, "You and fellow Taoist Han, nothing." After the Tao discussion, my understanding of him has deepened. Fellow Taoist Han will not be our enemy. He will only be our helper, Pan Xian said ambiguously. Jin Shan's eyes lit up. Could it be that Pan Xian and Han Ju had already established a friendly relationship or even an alliance? If that was the case, it would be easier for them to survive in the heavenly Tao in the future. They wouldn't be stopped by other sages. The more Jin Shan thought about it, the more he felt that his future was bright. At this moment, Pan Xian suddenly turned around, startling him. Following the 2 sages' gaze was only darkness. They couldn't see anything. "What's wrong?" Jin Shan asked. Pan Xian said expressionlessly, "Something is staring at us." Jin Shan asked, "Inauspicious evil?" Pan Xian shook his head. Jin Shan was surprised. Wasn't the invisible evil existence in the dark forbidden zone the inauspicious evil? Pan Xian said, "Let's continue walking and see how long this thing will follow me." Jin Shan nodded. They maintained their previous pace and continued forward. In the blood-colored starry sky, countless limbs floated in the void. A dilapidated pavilion floated among countless meteors. Covered in blood, Han Tuo lay on the roof, panting heavily and looking dispirited. Tian suddenly landed and sat beside him. He panted and asked, "Brat, are you done?" Han Tuo rolled his eyes at him. "Aren't you the same? Why are you faking it?" Tian looked into the distance. 2 terrifying huge shadows were fighting in the depths of the void. Boundless fog surged violently, filled with pressure. It was as if this blood-colored starry sky could shatter at any time. Fear appeared in Tian's eyes. The difference was too great. He didn't even dare to approach the main battlefield. Chapter 709 Pangu's Will. Chapter 709 Pangu's Will. Tian turned to look at Han Tuo and asked, "Do you think we can return alive this time?" Unlike in the past, they were not suppressed. Instead, they had been fighting non-stop. After thousands of years of battle, even Tian, who was as strong as a pseudo-sage, was about to collapse. He had never experienced such a long battle. Furthermore, he had to use his full strength every day, or he would die here. Boom! The space beside the dilapidated pavilion suddenly shattered. A huge mouth flew out. It was extremely huge, as if it could devour a planet in one bite. In front of it, Tian and Han Tuo were like dust. They were so frightened that they immediately dodged. Han Tuo held his divine spear and glared at it. This was a chaotic beast. It had a head like a whale and a body like a snake lizard. It had no eyes and dozens of sharp mountain-like teeth in its bloody mouth. The bloody aura it spat out was visible to the naked eye. Above the head of this chaotic beast stood a figure in black and sinister heavy armor. He wore a helmet, so his true appearance could not be seen. He held a long sword burning with black flames and slashed at Han Tuo and Tian. This sword slashed out countless ghosts and vengeful spirits. It was like a black torrent that drowned out everything. It was unstoppable. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Han Tuo raised his spear and stabbed. The spear was like a dragon, tearing through the black torrent. Tian roared angrily. His figure quickly rose and transformed into a 10,000 feet tall body. He punched out like another chaotic ferocious beast, his violent aura shaking the void. Han Tuo and Tian, who had just caught their breaths, fell into a bitter battle again. This was only a reflection of the battlefield. The other heavenly troops were also suffering. In the depths of the void, Zhou Fan held the Great Dao Tower and kept casting. The Great Dao Tower spun at high speed in his palm. Countless wondrous techniques appeared. Golden lotuses scattered forward. The golden rain was like arrows and the lightning was like blades. Following his gaze, a terrifying figure of unknown height could be seen. His body was surrounded by a vast fog that covered most of his body. The wonders of the Great Dao Tower landed on him, but they did not cause him any damage. This is a chaotic fiend celestial. Its corpse alone is so powerful, Zhou Fan muttered to himself, his eyes filled with fear. The terrifying figure in front of him was the corpse of the ancient chaotic fiend celestial. It had no consciousness and only had combat instincts. It treated its descendants differently and only attacks all living beings other than them. The heavenly court and the Great Dao Tower had been fighting here for thousands of years and had suffered heavy losses. Most importantly, they couldn't retreat at all. The blood-colored starry sky was a special array formation that sealed the void. One could only enter and not leave. Zhou Fan could only place his hopes on the other mighty figure that the chaotic fiend celestial was fighting. That figure was completely black and looked even more terrifying, the inauspicious Divine Emperor. In the thousands of years of fighting, Zhou Fan learned the identity of the inauspicious Divine Emperor from the evil Heavenly Emperor. The ruler of the inauspicious evil. A terrifying existence comparable to a great Tao sage. Even so, the inauspicious Divine Emperor couldn't easily defeat the chaotic fiend celestial. A huge black hand suddenly descended from above and grabbed him. Zhou Fan struggled crazily. On the other side of the battlefield, the evil Heavenly Emperor was surrounded by countless black-armored figures. It was extremely difficult. Why can't we kill all these fiend celestial soldiers? The evil Heavenly Emperor frowned, his heart filled with anxiety. He had underestimated this chaotic fiend celestial. Is it really going to come to that? The evil Heavenly Emperor's eyes flickered. He was in a dilemma. 2,000 years passed. The Book of Misfortune was finally upgraded successfully. It had been fusing for 10,000 years. It was really not easy. Book of Misfortune has been upgraded successfully. It has been upgraded from a Freedom Supreme Treasure to a Great Tao Numinous Treasure. Seeing this line of words, Han Ju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune from the primordial world. It wasn't easy for it to level up successfully. Should he kill an enemy to liven things up? At the Great Tao realm and with a Dharma treasure of the Great Tao level he could at least curse a Great Tao sage to death. Han Ju thought for a moment and dismissed the thought. There was no need. In any case, his enemies had given up on plotting against the heavenly Tao recently. Why should he break the peace? Moreover, he had previously made up his mind not to change the process of the Great Tao immeasurable calamity. Han Ju put away the Book of Misfortune and was about to continue cultivating. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice entered his ears, "Fellow Taoist Han, come to the Universal Hall quickly." Han Ju immediately headed to the Universal Hall. Only Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was in the hall. He was meditating with a frown and a dark expression. Han Ju came in front of him and asked, "What is it?" There were no powerful enemies near the heavenly Tao. The immortal world was also peaceful. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du took a deep breath and said, "Things are not good. Recently, the providence of the heavenly Tao has changed drastically. It's not increasing or becoming weaker, but the providence has descended on the immortal world and the myriad worlds. I've asked Fang Liang, and he's also puzzled. He can't figure out why the heavenly Tao is like this." Han Ju couldn't help but look at the heavenly Tao. In the eyes of a great Tao sage, the heavenly Tao was a ball of qi. It wrapped around the yellow qi of the immortal world and the myriad worlds, protecting the interior of the heavenly Tao. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. He suddenly saw threads of light appear in the heavenly Tao and shoot into the myriad worlds. Most of them landed in the immortal world. What are those? Han Ju secretly deduced, but he couldn't figure out the origin of those lights. At this moment, lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that Pangus is controlling the heavenly Tao. A large number of his descendants will be born. You have the following choices. 1. Stop it immediately. You will become Pangu's mortal enemy. You can obtain a supreme treasure and a great Tao fragment. 2. Don't stop it for the time being. This matter can increase the providence of the heavenly Tao. Watch the development of the heavenly Tao and you can obtain a great Tao fragment and a creation spirit stone. Pangu's will. Han Ju frowned. He didn't expect that just after he subdued Pan Xian, Pangu would create a large number of them. What a good move. There was no need to become Pangu's mortal enemy. After all, Pangu was only a little unhappy with him now. Moreover, this matter could increase the providence of the heavenly Tao, so why not? More importantly, he would have another creation spirit stone, which was another chaotic fiend celestial. Han Ju immediately chose the second option. You choose not to stop it for the time being and watch the development of the heavenly Tao. You will obtain a great Tao fragment and a creation spirit stone. Han Ju said, "Since I can't see through it, let's wait and see." The heavenly Tao can't destroy itself, right? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du felt that it made sense and nodded. Seeing that everything was fine, Han Ju wanted to leave. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du suddenly asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, Pan Xian has changed recently. He even specially set off to perfect the chaotic heavenly road. What do you think?" Han Ju turned around and glanced at him. Isn't this a good thing? For some reason, facing Han Ju's gaze, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du inexplicably panicked. This was a feeling he had never felt when facing him in the past. He inexplicably thought of his teacher, Laozi. When he faced Laozi, he also uncontrollably panicked. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "It's indeed a good thing, but I'm worried. After all, Pan Xian often goes to the chaos. But I'm relieved if it's fellow Taoist Han's arrangement. Chapter 7:10 Powerful Second Tao Field. Chapter 7:10 Powerful Second Tao Field. Han Ju stared at him and asked with a faint smile, then, does fellow Taoist Xian Du want me to arrange it? How could he not understand the meaning behind Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's words? If it was in the past, he would definitely be afraid, but he was already a great Tao sage. He might even be Lao Zi's match. Moreover, as long as he didn't see the primordial heavenly prison with his own eyes, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du would at most think that Han Ju knew some kind of coercion method. As their eyes met, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Crap. He had been too rash. Although he was on good terms with Han Ju and chatted happily, it was only on the surface. Once Han Ju felt danger, this fellow would definitely kill him. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du hurriedly said, I was just asking. If I offended you, fellow Taoist Han, please don't mind me. Han Ju smiled. Fellow Taoist Xian Du, don't be nervous. After all, you and I both want the Heavenly Tao's betterment, right? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du immediately took the opportunity and agreed, that's right. The Heavenly Tao is our common and most important goal. Han Ju disappeared from the hall. After Heavenly Venerate Xian Du confirmed that Han Ju had left, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was filled with fear. He had indeed been reckless just now. I should continue to maintain my previous attitude. As long as Han Ju can help the Heavenly Tao, why should I investigate his secrets? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was relieved after thinking it through. He felt that there was something wrong with his Tao heart and his selfish desires were swelling. This was not a good thing. He began to meditate and recite scriptures to refine his Tao heart. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju took out the creation spirit stone and began to choose the fiend celestial qi. After thinking about it, he decided to create the flesh fiend celestial. Yes, if he was nurtured as a tank, he would definitely be the vanguard of the fiend celestial army in the future. He wouldn't be useless. After the creation spirit stone fused with the fiend celestial qi of the flesh fiend celestial, Han Ju went to the second Tao field and released the traversal fiend celestial and the fog fiend celestial. The two fiend celestials transformed into human forms. They looked sinister and terrifying, but they were actually still children. Han Ju asked Murong Qi to receive them. Being the first to transform into a fiend celestial, Murong Qi had already become a pseudo-sage. The Crimson Fox, who represented the giant fiend celestial, was the same. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial had also become a pseudo-sage and was stronger than the two. The current second Tao field already had the Sage Great Loose Heaven, 4 pseudo-sages, and 3 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Pseudo-sages were Murong Qi, the Crimson Fox, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, and Guan Bubi. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were the Time Fiend Celestial, the Traversal Fiend Celestial, and the Fog Fiend Celestial. Yang Du had just stepped into the deity realm not long ago. He was still far from becoming a pseudo-sage and exchanging for the chaotic fiend celestial bloodline. There was also the Tao field guard, Dong Zhuo, who had transformed from Sage Li Mui. Putting aside the Tao field guards, the current second Tao field was actually stronger than the main Tao field. The main Tao field only had many disciples, few pseudo-sages, and even fewer sages. Han Ju was quite satisfied. He had to hide his strongest strength in the dark and only kill the enemy when necessary. The arrival of the Traversal Fiend Celestial and the Fog Fiend Celestial made the second Tao field lively. The other Fiend Celestials who were cultivating rushed over. Han Ju returned to the main Tao field and continued cultivating. In order to subdue Pan-Xian, he had not been in seclusion for 5,000 years. He wasn't used to it. Hurry up and do a 5,000-year process. Stabilize the Tao heart. 973 years later. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju, who was meditating. The evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept? Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned, very unhappy. You interrupted my cultivation again. However, the other party was the evil heavenly emperor, so Han Ju couldn't flare up. If it were anyone else, Han Ju would directly take out the Book of Misfortune and teach them a lesson. The evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept? The evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept? The evil heavenly emperor began to spam. Han Ju chose to accept it. It was just a dream. There was no danger. Even if there was danger, Han Ju had a way to escape. After all, he was already a great Tao sage. In the dream was a blood-colored starry sky. Figures could be seen fighting everywhere. There was no lack of ferocious beasts as huge as Buzhou Divine Mountain. Their auras were terrifying. Han Ju saw the heavenly troops, but most of them had already turned into corpses. The evil heavenly emperor appeared in front of him with a solemn expression and said in a low voice, "This is my current situation. I'm afraid I've failed in this battle. If you have anything to say to your son, I'll tell him for you. I'll also apologize for not taking good care of him." Han Ju frowned. Is there no way to escape? The evil heavenly emperor shook his head. I can't escape. My body has already been killed. It's only because my soul is in a special array formation that I have the chance to visit you in your dreams and settle the aftermath. Han Ju remained silent. He suspected that the evil heavenly emperor was asking him to attack. That's not right. How did the evil heavenly emperor know that he had become a great Tao sage? Unless the evil heavenly emperor was also a great Tao sage, or if there was a great Tao sage who guided him like this. Han Ju silently recorded everything around him and said, "Tell Han Tua that everything is fate. Even if he dies, he shouldn't die in vain." With that, he removed the dream. After his consciousness returned to reality, Han Ju asked in his mind, "Who instigated the evil heavenly emperor to visit me in my dreams?" He had calculated it himself and could not deduce it. He could only rely on the system. All along, Han Ju was already used to guessing everything with conspiracy theories to prevent any accidents. 200 billion years of lifespan will be consumed. Do you want to continue? Continue. Indeed. The evil heavenly emperor was not worth this price. A line of words appeared in front of him. Great Tao Concealment Fiend Celestial, Perfected Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, Transcendent Tao Expert, Chaotic Fiend Celestial, it was him. Han Ju remembered that when he went to the depths of the chaos to find the Great Tao of extreme origin, he had seen the Great Tao Concealment Fiend Celestial. Not only that, but the Great Tao Concealment Fiend Celestial was also among the Fiend Celestial Dharma idols he grasped. So he was the evil heavenly emperor's backing. No wonder the evil heavenly emperor rose so quickly. Han Ju frowned and fell into deep thought. The other party had instigated the evil heavenly emperor to visit him in his dreams. He definitely wanted him to take action. He couldn't go to the chaos. However, facing a transcendent Tao expert, there was no point in hiding his cultivation. All the great Tao sages knew that Han Ju had already attained the great Tao. In that case, he would attack. It was only right to save his son, but Han Ju wouldn't go personally. He moved to the 33rd heaven and looked at the dark forbidden zone. He began to search for the environment in the dream. His sage sense swept through the dark forbidden zone and spread into the depths of the chaos. Great Tao sages could see the chaos with a thought. As Han Ju searched, he pinched his fingers to deduce Han Tuo's aura. The two of them had bloodline karma, so it was easy to find. At this moment, sages appeared around Han Ju, thinking that something was wrong. However, Han Ju ignored them and focused on searching. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du also came. All the sages looked at him. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask, "Fellow Taoist Han, what are you looking at?" Han Ju ignored him, making him a little embarrassed. The sages became even more nervous. Could it be that a powerful enemy was attacking? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du also thought of this. The awkwardness was instantly replaced by worry. An existence that could alarm Han Ju was definitely very strong and was not something they could deal with. Chapter 7:11 Strength that overturns logic. Chapter 7:11 Strength that overturns logic. Han Ju's sage sense quickly searched in the chaos and constantly covered the universe and planes. He observed everything along the way at an incomprehensible speed. Countless images flashed through his mind. After about a minute, Han Ju finally found the mysterious domain where Han Tuo was. This domain was sealed by a mysterious and powerful restriction. No wonder the evil heavenly emperor said that he couldn't escape. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger in Han Tuo's direction. A terrifying aura spread out, shocking the sages. They looked at him in shock. How terrifying! Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was scared out of his wits. This aura, please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. He instantly thought of his teacher. His previous sensation was true. Han Ju was really as powerful as his teacher. No wonder he could always easily kill the enemy every time he attacked. So he was a great Tao sage. The other sages didn't think of this. They only stared at Han Ju in awe. Li Daokong, Fang Liang, Huang Zuntian, and the other sages enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison all looked at Han Ju in admiration. Shi Dudao's eyes also flashed with surprise. What realm was Han Ju at? Han Ju's index finger suddenly shot out a sword chi and instantly rushed into the dark forbidden zone, disappearing without a trace. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger. Every time Han Ju broke through, he would increase his sword Tao mystical powers. This mystical power also increased to the Great Tao level. Of course, it only had the power of the Great Tao and didn't have the profundities of the Great Tao mystical power itself. Han Ju specially used the Dharma idol fusion technique to gather the power of many Dharma idols and fuse them into the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger. Among them, it included the Traversal Fiend Celestial, the Space-Splitting Fiend Celestial, the Destruction Fiend Celestial, the Time Fiend Celestial, the Space Fiend Celestial, the Strength Fiend Celestial, and so on. This attack had to penetrate the mysterious spatial restriction and give the evil heavenly emperor and the others a way to escape. In the blood-colored starry sky, the evil heavenly emperor, Han Tuo, Yi Tian, Zhou Fan, and dozens of generals gathered on a huge rock. A huge circle of light wrapped around them and helped them resist the attacks from all directions. They stared at the battle between the inauspicious divine emperor and the chaotic fiend celestial in the distance. The descendants of the chaotic fiend celestial were densely packed. More and more of them crawled onto the body of the inauspicious divine emperor like ants eating an elephant. The scene was extremely terrifying. The evil heavenly emperor sighed and looked at Han Tuo. "I've already visited your father in his dreams. I asked him to say one last thing to you. He hopes that you won't die too cowardly." Hearing this, Han Tuo's expression changed. The fear and despair in his eyes immediately disappeared. Han Ju's words seemed to inject the last bit of strength into him, making him feel refreshed. Yi Tian looked at him enviously. He still had his family to entrust him with before he died. This was what he yearned for the most and was the most impossible thing. Also standing up as if he was on steroids, Zhou Fan roared, "That's right. My master is right. We chose this path. Since we want to fight, we'll die in battle. How can we wait for death here? If you want to die, die exhausted instead of waiting for the enemy to tear us apart." The generals and heavenly generals of the Great Tao Tower were stimulated. They stood up and roared to encourage themselves. The current situation was already a dead end. It was impossible for anyone to save them. Han Tuo's father was far away in the heavenly Tao, so it was even more impossible for him to come and save him. The heavenly Tao was so far away. Even a pseudo-sage might not be able to find the way to the heavenly Tao. The evil heavenly emperor was also encouraged by them. He thought of Han Ju's words and felt that they were directed at him. The reason why he sent a dream to Han Ju was not to seek help. He originally wanted the great Tao concealing Fiend Celestial to save Han Tuo. At least, he wouldn't let Han Ju down. However, the great Tao concealing Fiend Celestial was helpless. He said that Han Ju had grasped a summoning mystical power and might be able to save his son himself. Unfortunately, Han Ju's words meant that he couldn't save his son either. He would die, anyway. Then, he would die a spectacular death. The evil heavenly emperor suddenly stood up. Dragon Chi erupted and transformed into 9 golden dragons that broke through the circle of light. This time, their last defense was gone and they could only fight to the death. Children of the heavenly court. I've wronged you. I can only die with you. The evil heavenly emperor's voice resounded throughout the starry sky. The eyes of the heavenly troops turned red. They didn't blame the evil heavenly emperor. Instead, they had no regrets. In every battle, the evil heavenly emperor would follow them. He never watched from the back and was never afraid of death. They did not regret following such a master. Kill! 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 The heavenly troops shouted in unison. Although there were not many of them, they were extremely infectious. The generals of the Great Tao Tower were also stimulated. They all had the heart to die without regrets. Zhou Fan took out the Great Tao Tower, and it quickly rose. At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended, causing the shouts to instantly stop. The fighting inauspicious Divine Emperor and chaotic Fiend Celestial suddenly stopped as if the scene had frozen. They turned around and looked behind the evil Heavenly Emperor and the others. Sensing their gazes, the evil Heavenly Emperor and the others were all frightened. Facing the gaze of the great Tao Sage, they could not withstand it. Boom! The evil Heavenly Emperor, Zhou Fan, Han Tuo, Yi Tian, and the others heard a deafening roar from behind. They subconsciously wanted to turn around, but before they could see anything, a terrifying sword chi flashed past their heads and attacked the chaotic Fiend Celestial with a domineering aura. All the Fiend Celestial soldiers along the way turned into dust by the sword chi. The evil Heavenly Emperor and the others widened their eyes as they watched the sword chi pierce through the chaotic Fiend Celestial's body. The blood-colored starry sky seemed to be torn apart by the sword chi, splitting the scene in front of them into 2. Shocking. Spectacular. They were all dumbfounded, their minds blank. The evil Heavenly Emperor reacted the fastest. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned around. A huge black hole appeared behind him, connecting to another void. Run! The restriction is broken, the evil Heavenly Emperor roared angrily, waking everyone up. They turned around and rushed into the black hole, quickly leaving the blood-colored starry sky. The evil Heavenly Emperor looked back. The inauspicious Divine Emperor took advantage of the chaotic Fiend Celestial's injuries and immediately attacked. That sword chi! The evil Heavenly Emperor revealed a look of disbelief. A bold thought appeared in his mind, making him exclaim in his heart, "How is that possible?" It was Han Ju. It was Han Ju's aura. How could he be so powerful? He broke through the restriction that even the great Tao Concealment Fiend Celestial could not break with a single strike and even injured the chaotic Fiend Celestial. The evil Heavenly Emperor felt that his understanding was subverted by Han Ju again. The first time was because of Han Ju's talent. This time, it was overturned by Han Ju's strength. The others were very excited after surviving the calamity. Yi Tian couldn't help but curse. Damn it! We can escape even in this situation. How many times has it been? Your Majesty, the mighty figure backing you is too strong. He's simply omnipotent. The evil heavenly emperor smiled bitterly. It was not the mighty figure behind him. It was clearly. The evil heavenly emperor couldn't help but look at Han Tuo. Han Tuo felt his gaze and his eyelids twitched. Could it be? Chapter 7:12 Shock. Surprise. Chapter 7:12 Shock. Surprise. Could it be my father? How is that possible? He's stronger than the chaotic fiend celestial. Han Tuo was shocked and roared in his heart. The impact of this possibility was too strong. It surpassed surprise. He was so shocked that he forgot his surprise. Han Tuo looked at the evil heavenly emperor again, but the latter had already retracted his gaze. However, Han Tuo would never forget the evil heavenly emperor's gaze. It was definitely not an illusion. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. He wasn't immortal. How could he be mistaken? Just now, the evil heavenly emperor was looking at him. His gaze was extremely complicated. It was filled with surprise, disbelief, confusion, and resentment. Han Tuo couldn't accurately read the evil heavenly emperor's eyes, but he firmly believed that it was related to the sword Qi just now. When Zhou Fan heard Yi Tian's words, he was also excited. He looked at the evil heavenly emperor and said excitedly, "Your Majesty. Are you still hiding it? Tell us who is it so that we can know who our benefactor is." The evil heavenly emperor had a complicated expression. He tried his best to adjust his emotions and gritted his teeth. "If I'm not wrong, the sword Qi just now should be from your master, Tuo's father, the sect master of the hidden sect, Han Ju." Zhou Fan widened his eyes. The others were also shocked. Because of Han Tuo and Zhou Fan, they often heard of Han Ju. Wasn't he a heavenly Tao sage? How could he support them? That sword Qi just now came from the heavenly Tao. Impossible. How far away was that? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly abandoned this thought. Could it be that Han Ju was already nearby? This was the only possibility. "Master! Where are you?" Zhou Fan shouted excitedly. He had the same guess as the others, thinking that Han Ju was nearby. After Han Tuo learned the truth, he heaved a sigh of relief. His emotions were as complicated as the evil heavenly emperor. It was really his father. Yi Tian looked at him strangely and muttered, "So the backing of the heavenly court is not because of his majesty, but because of you." He was very puzzled. He used to think that Han Tuo was an orphan like him. In the end, he was the only orphan. Han Tuo did not reply. His mood was also a mess. Yi Tian's words made him understand that the previous times he had escaped danger were all because of his father. Although his father did not care about him on the surface, he always stood up for him at critical moments. The more Han Tuo thought about it, the more he felt that he was not a good person. He had yet to repay his father for raising him and giving birth to him. Occasionally, he would blame his father for not taking care of him. The evil heavenly emperor did not say anything else and quickly left with everyone. Heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven. Han Ju put down his right hand after seeing that the evil heavenly emperor and the others were out of danger. The sages heaved a sigh of relief when they felt his aura dissipate. Li Daokong couldn't help but ask, "Sect Master, how's the situation?" Han Ju looked at them and smiled. "It's nothing. It's just a private matter. I was busy saving my son just now and didn't have time to answer everyone. Disperse. The heavenly Tao is not in danger. Save his son." The sages were stunned. They all knew that Han Ju had a son named Han Tuo. He had long left the heavenly Tao. Could it be that he had just passed by the heavenly Tao? Why didn't they capture it? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and Heavenly Venerate Wufa thought of something and their expressions changed slightly. Legend had it that great Tao sages could cross the chaos to attack. Han Ju was a great Tao sage. Han Ju disappeared. Sect Master Tian Ju shook his head and laughed. If fellow Taoist Pan was here, I wonder what his expression would be. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate smiled. He definitely won't dare to be arrogant anymore. Fellow Taoist Han's aura just now was much stronger than Pan Xian's. The other sages nodded. They had seen the battle between Pan Xian and Divine Lord Peacock back then. It was indeed terrifying, but compared to Han Ju just now, it was still much inferior. Shi Dudao pondered. For some reason, he felt that Han Ju was related to the Dark Forbidden Lord. It was very likely that Han Ju was the Dark Forbidden Lord. How could such a powerful existence be hidden in the heavenly Tao? Of course, he was only guessing. In any case, he was already following the Dark Forbidden Lord. It was good if Han Ju was the Dark Forbidden Lord. At least, it was not a loss to get close to the hidden sect. Actually, it's a good thing that he didn't see it. Heavenly Venerate Wufa suddenly smiled. Seeing his smile, the sages felt a chill. This fellow was too vicious. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du shook his head and left. Han Ju's strength made him feel that he should reevaluate the heavenly Tao. Perhaps the heavenly Tao could increase its pace of expansion. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju stared at the evil heavenly emperor and the others. After confirming that they were really out of danger, he retracted his gaze. He saw the inauspicious divine emperor and the chaotic fiend celestial. Both of them were very strong, especially that chaotic fiend celestial. Even if it did not have a soul, it could still resist the inauspicious divine emperor and even faintly gain the upper hand. The chaos is really full of hidden talents. Han Ju sighed. His attention landed on the Great Tao Concealment Fiend Celestial next. The Great Tao Concealment Fiend Celestial wanted to lure him out. It was unknown if it was a friend or foe. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to calculate. He had no grudge with the Great Tao Concealing Fiend Celestial, and it was the evil Heavenly Emperor's backing. There was no reason for it to be his enemy. Continue cultivating. Han Ju closed his eyes. This time, he had to cultivate for 5,000 years, uninterrupted. It was useless even if the Heavenly Emperor came. No one can stop my determination. 5,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally entered seclusion for a full 5,000 years. Awesome. However, the increase in cultivation was too slow. Han Ju began to hesitate. Should he raise the threshold of seclusion to 10,000 years? His eyes narrowed as Li Xian'ao appeared in front of him. Li Xian'ao had been waiting outside for more than 1,000 years and had left several times. Seeing Han Ju, Li Xian'ao couldn't help but ask, "Sect Master, why has your seclusion period changed?" Han Ju said, "There was a delay earlier. You can start calculating from today." Li Xian'ao nodded. He did not dare to continue asking. After all, he was a subordinate. How could he blame the sect master? He said, "Sect Master, I want to bring out the prodigies I sent in previously. I plan to bring them to the chaotic heavenly road." He began to talk about his plan. After Han Ju heard this, he said, "All right, but you have to be careful. Don't forget the name of the hidden sect. Don't be rash and bully the weak. Don't let the hidden sect become a crazy sect." Li Xian'ao's expression was solemn. He seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, "Sect Master is right. I will definitely manage it strictly." Seeing his expression, Han Ju guessed the truth. However, it was enough to remind him. How could there be a force that didn't make mistakes? It was good that he could change it. An hour later, Li Xian'ao went to gather the prodigies. Qin Ling was also among them. Han Ju waved his hand and sent them out. After leaving the 100-peak Immortal River, the geniuses were all in a daze. One of them sighed. This spirit chi is really not comfortable. The others echoed. That's right. The spirit chi of the hidden sect Dao field is too abundant. I'm a little regretful. It's not like we won't come back in the future. In that case, our hidden sect is the sect with the strongest foundation. Just in terms of spirit chi, how can the entire immortal world compare? Hearing the words of the geniuses, Li Xian'eo shook his head and laughed. As he led them forward, his gaze landed on Qin Ling. He was still looking forward to this genius who was under his senior. He wouldn't have known if he had not seen it. He was shocked now. Chapter 713 Dao Validation. Chapter 713 Dao Validation. 5 Mystic Divine Origin. Qin Ling's cultivation level had actually increased so quickly. If he stayed in the 100-peak Immortal River for a while longer, wouldn't he become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Li Xian'eo was secretly shocked and even a little jealous of Li Daokong. His senior brother always surpassed him, be it accepting disciples or achievements. Li Xian'eo quickly adjusted his emotions and waved at Qin Ling, gesturing for him to come over. The two of them chatted as they flew. This scene fell into the eyes of the other geniuses. They knew that Li Xian'eo wanted to focus on nurturing Qin Ling. They were only envious and did not feel that it was unfair. Qin Ling's potential was indeed domineering. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Qin Ling was very respectful to Li Xian'eo. After all, he was also the junior of Grandmaster Li Daokong. After the geniuses left, Han Ju began to check his emails. Your disciple Ji Xianchen has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has obtained the inheritance of a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo devoured the chaotic Fian Celestial's blood and his bloodline mutated. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock has comprehended a karma mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your descendant Hanyu has stepped onto the chaotic heavenly road. Your disciple Dao's sovereign was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X7389320, your disciple Zhao Xianyuan was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X8023449, your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X9022175. Could the chaotic Fiend Celestial's blood that Han Tuo had absorbed be the corpse of the previous chaotic Fiend Celestial? They still dared to retaliate. Could it be that the great Dao Concealment Fiend Celestial had attacked? Han Ju was secretly surprised, but the evil Heavenly Emperor didn't visit him in his dreams, which meant there was no danger. He continued reading and saw Dao's sovereign and the other two getting beaten up again. For some reason, Han Ju didn't feel sorry. Instead, he gloated. Who asked you to be arrogant? It's not that easy to survive outside. The emails behind were mostly about various opportunities. Han Ju noticed something. Li Yao had become a pseudo-sage. Han Ju was still very assured about Li Yao. This woman's personality was the same as his. After establishing the Holy Mother sect, she had been cultivating in seclusion. The two of them had already become Dao companions. Han Ju would pay more attention to her after every cultivation. The current Holy Mother sect had already kept a low profile and was no longer as powerful as before. Now, it was in the midst of settling down. Tu Linger had become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. She was a famous prodigy of the Holy Mother sect. Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yuer also held high positions in the Holy Mother sect, but their cultivation levels were not high enough. Han Ju's other Dao companion, Xian Qingjun, was stuck at the 6 mystic divine origin and had yet to become a zenith heaven golden immortal. Han Ju still liked Xian Qingjun very much. In the early stages of his cultivation, she had given him a lot of help. Han Ju thought for a moment and sent her a dream. 30 years later. The lecture ended. Xian Qingjun suddenly pulled him and covered her mouth with a smile. "Are you in such a hurry to leave?" Han Ju remained silent. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Come back when you're free." The dream ended. Han Ju wasn't interested in having fun in his dreams. If Xian Qingjun wanted that, she could physically come back. He continued cultivating. In the depths of the chaos, a vast world floated, emitting 7-colored light. Heavenly troops guarded in all directions. In the world, there was a palace at the top of a mountain. In the hall, the naked Han Tua sat in a bronze cauldron. The potion was boiling. His body was burning red and he frowned. The evil heavenly emperor, Yi Tian, and He Tian stood in front of the cauldron. Black Heaven General, Yi Tian, and Han Tua were the 3 great generals of the heavenly court. They each commanded tens of millions of heavenly troops. Among them, Black Heaven General was the most experienced and had the highest prestige. Looking at Han Tuo's state, Black Heaven General frowned and asked, "Your Majesty, will he really be fine if this continues? Do you need me to find some herbs to nourish his body?" The evil heavenly emperor was expressionless as he said, "It's fine. He can withstand it. His physical potential is not inferior to a chaotic fiend celestial. I want to see his limit." Yi Tian asked curiously, "Is this the reason why he can absorb the blood of the fiend celestial? What physique does he have?" Black Heaven General shook his head. "It should be because of his father. His father's cultivation is so strong, so his descendants will naturally benefit." Yi Tian sighed. "It's so good to have a good father." The evil heavenly emperor did not interrupt and only stared at Han Tuo. At this moment, 2 large blisters appeared on Han Tuo's forehead and exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Immediately after, 2 vertical eyes appeared. The 4-eyed Han Tuo looked extremely terrifying. His 4 eyes were sinister, scaring Yi Tian and He Tian so much that they subconsciously took a step back. Boom! The bronze cauldron suddenly exploded, and medicine splashed everywhere. The evil heavenly emperor used his dermic powers to form an air barrier to block the medicine. Han Tuo slowly rose and opened his arms. His skin was metallic and his muscles were perfect. He sized up the body and muttered, "What a powerful force." At this moment, thunder rumbled outside the hall, as if the sky was celebrating the birth of a peerless god. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "How do you feel?" Han Tuo looked up at him and said, "I want to attain the Tao." "Then attain the Tao." The evil heavenly emperor raised his hand and waved. The spirit chi of the entire world surged into the hall and entered Han Tuo's body. Not only that, but the evil heavenly emperor also injected his dermic powers into Han Tuo's body to help him attain the Tao. Han Tuo twisted his neck. His 4 eyes suddenly turned blood red. His body began to swell, especially his back. 2 huge tumors grew on his back. It was terrifying. "The 2 of you, leave first," the evil heavenly emperor suddenly ordered. Yi Tian and the Black Heaven General did not dare to think too much and immediately retreated to prevent themselves from being injured. Time passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes again, which meant that another 5,000 years had passed. Now that he was 290,000 years old, time passed really quickly. Han Ju noticed that Xian Qingjun, Li Yao, Fairy Shi Xian, Chang Yue, and 2 Linger were waiting outside the 100-peak Immortal River. He immediately moved the 5 women into the Taoist temple. Chang Yue opened her eyes. She was stunned for a moment before saying bitterly, "Junior brother, it's really difficult to see you now. We came back at the right time but still waited for many years." Fairy Shi Xian berated her, "What are you saying? Don't be rude." Han Ju smiled. "It's fine. She's still willing to be my senior sister. I'm quite happy." He waved his hand and produced 5 meditation cushions for the 5 women to sit down. Xian Qingjun began to report the development of the Holy Mother sect. Li Yao sat quietly. Dressed in white, she was peerlessly beautiful. Her temperament was more stable than before, and she already had the aura of a sect master. Tu Linger stared at Han Ju with a burning gaze, making him a little unhappy. "What? You still want to eat me?" Han Ju's gaze landed on Fairy Shi Xian. She was as quiet and beautiful as he remembered. He missed Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yuer more. He missed the times when he was immortal. As for love, Han Ju had long surpassed the love of mortals. The Great Tao was the main melody of his life. Of course, if the 2 women liked him, he would not reject them. There was no need to have so many regrets. Chapter 714 Terror of the Emperor. Chapter 714 Terror of the Emperor. After Xian Qingjun finished speaking, Han Ju said, "Actually, you don't have to report to me. I know everything." The 5 women were stunned and couldn't help but revere his cultivation. The Holy Mother sect was so far away from the 100-peak Immortal River, but Han Ju could actually see everything. "Since you're finally back, I'll preach to you," he muttered. The 5 women looked happy and nodded. The Great Tao of Extreme Origin covered the Taoist temple. 50 years later, Han Ju ended the lecture and let them rest first. Li Yao stayed behind. The other 4 women pretended not to see this and left. She looked up at him and said, "I want to pass the position of the sect master to Linger. I want to come back and cultivate. Can you help me become stronger? I don't want to stop in the heavenly Tao." Han Ju asked, "Why did your ancestor send you a dream? Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Li Yao was stunned for a moment before saying, "He taught me cultivation. He hopes that after I become stronger, I can go to the deity realm of the ruins of N to help him. You can see him visiting me in my dreams. Aren't you stronger than him?" At that time, she had cautiously asked Li Zizai. Li Zizai was full of confidence and said that no one would discover. Han Ju said, "Of course. Li Zizai is only a freedom sage. How can he compare to me?" He deliberately said that with the intention of intimidating her. Although Li Yao's favorability was still 6 stars, everyone had their own ambitions. He did not want her to go against him. Li Yao said, "You're really powerful. This is also why I want to come back. I don't want to be too close to my ancestor. I, Li Yao, didn't rely on my ancestor's bloodline to be where I am today. It's all due to you." Back then, the family married her off for benefits. She resisted and was hunted down. When she was in despair, Han Ju helped. If not for him, even if she didn't resist, she would probably have died in the previous calamity. Han Ju smiled. "I thought you were going to run away with your ancestor." Li Yao shook her head. "Impossible. His Tao technique is average. He might be hiding something from me. I wonder how many disciples of the Li family are like me." She looked at Han Ju again and said seriously, "I feel that I've already reached a bottleneck. Is there a way to attain the Tao? But I don't want to become a heavenly Tao sage. I want to walk your path." Pseudo-sage was already the ceiling for 99% of the geniuses. They couldn't take another step forward all their lives. Han Ju said meaningfully, "Indeed, but it will be very painful. Moreover, I have to guarantee that you are completely loyal to me and will never betray me." Li Yao's eyes lit up. "I'm not afraid of pain. As for loyalty, I'm already yours. How can I betray you?" The way she said that. Han Ju said seriously, "In the future, when Li Zizai visits you in your dreams, you can pretend to communicate with him and find out his goal, but you can't harm any disciple of the hidden sect, understand? Li Yao nodded. She leaned forward and began to strip. Han Ju frowned. What are you doing? I'm not threatening you. Li Yao said, I just want to try the cultivation technique I obtained previously. I wonder how wonderful it is to cultivate with a mighty figure like you. Hearing this, Han Ju's brows relaxed. He did not like to force others, but it was fine if the other party took the initiative. It was good to relax occasionally. What happened after that was not for mortals to see. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. After Li Yao and Han Ju fought for 2 months, Xian Qingjun came next and fought for another 4 months. During this period, Xian Qingjun also wanted to give birth to a child for Han Ju, but he rejected her. Xing Hongshuan's son was not even born yet. He couldn't create another problem now. He would think about it in the future. Xian Qingjun also knew Xing Hongshuan's situation and did not insist. Before Han Ju cultivated, he sent Li Yao and Xian Qingjun out. They planned to return to cultivate, but before that, they still had to deal with the aftermath and find a good successor for the Holy Mother sect. They would return in another 5,000 years. Han Ju closed his eyes and started cultivating again. On the other side. Outside the 33rd heaven. Pan Xian, Jin Shen, and Emperor Shao gathered in the hall. Pan Xian and Jin Shen were both exhausted. Emperor Shao stared at Pan Xian and hesitated. He wanted to tell him about Han Ju's strength, but he was afraid of hurting him. If Pan Xian was not convinced and directly challenged Han Ju, it would definitely be a disaster for the heavenly Tao. Emperor Shao had his own vision. He could fight for power, but he had to ensure that the heavenly Tao was not implicated. Pan Xian said, the situation in the chaos has suddenly changed. Recently, a large faction has appeared and swept through the chaos. The chaotic heavenly road is also threatened. This matter is not optimistic. Fellow Taoist Shao, can you gather the devils to guard it? The devil race had always existed, but they did not appear in the heavenly Tao collectively. Emperor Shao frowned. The devils under me don't have a sage. How can they have the strength to guard it? Pan Xian waved his hand. Make the arrangements first. I'll discuss with the other sages. With that, he stood up and left, not giving Emperor Shao a chance to refuse. After Pan Xian headed to the Universal Hall, Emperor Shao couldn't help but tell Jin Shen about Han Ju's performance. After Jin Shen learned of this, his expression changed drastically, but he did not panic. He already knew Pan Xian's attitude towards Han Ju. In any case, they would not become enemies. What was there to panic about? Jin Shen said earnestly, regarding Han Ju, we shouldn't guess from the perspective of a competitor. This is also fellow Taoist Pan's intention. Emperor Shao was moved. Could it be that Pan Xian had also changed sides? This situation was too familiar. Previously, Zhou Shilai, sect master Tian Ju, heavenly venerate Wufa, and the other sages had said the same. Then, every time Han Ju interfered with the heavenly Tao's decision, they agreed without any complaints. Emperor Zhao's face paled. He suddenly felt that he was the only one in the entire sage circle who did not worship Han Ju. How could Han Ju be as simple as he seemed? The development of the hidden sect was completely ambitious. Jin Shen saw the change in Emperor Zhao's expression and could roughly guess what he was thinking, but he did not comfort him. To Jin Shen, he had no choice but to join Pan Xian. He had no objections to whoever Pan Xian followed. In any case, the other sages had also abandoned him. In the entire sage circle, only Han Ju's faction had never suppressed him. The Pangu Hall fell silent. The two sages were each thinking about their own matters. In the darkness, a white jade stone staircase stretched across the void. Han Tuo followed the evil heavenly emperor. Han Tuo wore silver armor and looked the same as before. The previous two vertical eyes on his forehead were nowhere to be seen. "Your Majesty, who are we going to see?" Han Tuo asked curiously. He had already become a sage. His senses had transformed. The chaos had become especially vivid in his eyes. Everything was so new. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "To visit a senior of mine. It's all thanks to him that I was able to establish the heavenly court." Han Tuo asked curiously, "Is it the previous one?" The evil heavenly emperor shook his head. "Don't think about that person from before. He has long transcended the battle of the chaos. The senior we're meeting now is also a chaotic fiend celestial." Chapter 7:15 Fiend Celestial True Body. Chapter 7:15 Fiend Celestial True Body Chaotic Fiend Celestial. Han Tuo was even more curious about that mysterious senior. The two of them continued forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, a door of light suddenly appeared on the white jade stone steps ahead. The evil heavenly emperor easily pushed it open, and the two of them entered one after another. Han Tuo only felt his vision flash. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered an incomparably huge throne in front of him. He looked up and saw an empty hall. The stone pillars were 10,000 feet thick and high. The top of the hall was a dazzling and beautiful starry sky. Han Tuo was about to ask the evil heavenly emperor when he suddenly bowed. Seeing this, Han Tuo hurriedly followed suit. "Not bad. Although he's not a chaotic fiend celestial, he has a bloodline potential comparable to a chaotic fiend celestial. The heavenly Dao Han Ju is indeed impressive." A loud voice sounded, and the lingering sound shook Han Tuo's Dao heart. Han Tuo was secretly shocked. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. He was already a sage, but he couldn't help but feel reverence towards the chaotic fiend celestial. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "Tuo's potential is indeed impressive. Our heavenly court still needs him to fight in all directions. I came to find you this time because I hope that you can teach him the fiend celestial body. He has already absorbed the blood of a chaotic fiend celestial. In essence, he's already a chaotic fiend celestial. It is said that every chaotic fiend celestial has their own true body. After awakening their true body, their strength will increase exponentially. I can't do it, so I can only find you to teach him." Han Tuo had already revealed his true body when he attained the Tao, but he couldn't open it again. The loud voice smiled. "Sure, but shouldn't you make my cooperation with the heavenly court clearer?" The evil heavenly emperor said in a low voice, "In the future, your great Tao can be spread in the heavenly court. If anything happens to you, I will try my best to help, but it cannot go against my principles. As for the supreme treasure mentioned at the beginning, the heavenly court will also try its best to find it." The loud voice did not reply immediately. The atmosphere fell silent. Han Tuo was uneasy. It seemed that the evil heavenly emperor was not as close to this person as he had imagined. "If this child obtains my inheritance, in the future, he has to kill a sage for me." The loud voice sounded again. The evil heavenly emperor frowned. Han Tuo couldn't help but say, "Who is it? Don't expect me to kill my father." He had seen many such scenes. Many mighty figures like to scheme against the enemy like this, causing the enemy to betray their family and break up. That's naturally impossible. I'm the great Tao concealment fiend celestial. I've attained the great Tao for billions of years. Your father, Han Ju, has only just entered the great Tao realm. If I want to be enemies with him, I can attack him myself. Besides, I have no grudge with him. The sage I want you to kill happens to be from the deity realm of the ruins of End. He's also an enemy of your heavenly Tao." The loud voice laughed wantonly. Han Tuo heaved a sigh of relief. The evil heavenly emperor said, "I'm sorry, this child speaks without thinking. I apologize to you on his behalf. Can you tell us who that sage is?" The great Tao concealment fiend celestial snorted. "There's no harm in telling you. The leader of the ancestral magi, Di Jiang." The evil heavenly emperor was moved. Han Tuo did not react. Although he had heard of the legend of Di Jiang, he did not know him. The evil heavenly emperor frowned. "He wants to become enemies with Pangu. Let me kill him in his place." The great Tao concealment fiend celestial did not say anything. Han Tuo said, "Your Majesty, it's fine. I can kill him. If you're really worried, I don't want this inheritance." The evil heavenly emperor glanced at him and shook his head slightly. The great Tao concealment fiend celestial's voice sounded, "Humph, brat, you're bargaining with me again. If not for the fact that I owe your father a favor, would have long killed you." The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "If not for Senior's help, I would have long died in the heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity. Actually, I've always treated you as my father, but the difference in status is too great. I don't dare to cross the line." Han Tuo blinked and listened. "Forget it. As long as you can help me kill Di Jiang, it's fine no matter who kills him. Let this child stay here. You can leave." "No, I have to stay and accompany him." "Are you worried about me?" "No, but I'm afraid that he'll be afraid." The evil heavenly emperor gave Han Tuo a look. Han Tuo immediately understood. "Without your Majesty's company, my Tao heart will be unstable." He. The great Tao concealment fiend celestial sneered, but he did not refuse. 1,000 years later. In the void, on the white jade stone steps. The evil heavenly emperor and Han Tuo walked out of the door of light and walked in the direction they came from. Han Tuo walked like a tiger in high spirits. His body was much stronger than when he came. The evil heavenly emperor smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Han Tuo said, "I feel that my entire body is filled with strength. It's more than several times stronger than before. I'll be reborn if I activate the fiend celestial true body. I can't wait to fight." His tone was filled with excitement. The evil heavenly emperor shook his head and laughed. He looked ahead and said meaningfully, "The war will come soon, and it will never end. After I expand the heavenly troops, I should return to the heavenly Tao." Han Tuo asked in surprise, "Why do you want to return to the heavenly Tao?" He already knew about the evil heavenly emperor's past. There might be war when he returned. To lead the heavenly Tao to the chaos. "Don't worry, I'm not going back to take revenge. Hatred is a lesson. It's not enough to trap me." This matter was entrusted by Heavenly Venerate Xianyu. After the chaotic heavenly road was opened, more and more chaotic races and factions hid near it and plundered the heavenly Tao cultivators. The heavenly Tao needs the power of the heavenly court. The heavenly court needs to obtain a large number of heavenly troops from the heavenly Tao. It's a win-win situation. The evil heavenly emperor replied, causing Han Tuo to look at him in admiration. He had followed the evil heavenly emperor for a long time. He had watched him bring the heavenly court to greater heights and was deeply impressed by his methods and boldness. In Han Tuo's opinion, the cooperation with the heavenly Tao was perfect. It could make up for the lack of manpower in the heavenly court. If he was the evil heavenly emperor, even if heavenly venerate Xian Du looked for him, he would probably find it difficult to make up his mind. After all, the evil heavenly emperor was expelled by the heavenly Tao in the past. After we return, if your father visits you in your dreams, don't tell him what the great Tao concealment fiend celestial wants us to do. Pangu's karma is too great. If it affects your father, it will be very difficult for him to cultivate in peace in the future. The evil heavenly emperor reminded. Han Tuo nodded. "I understand." The two of them walked side by side. Their figures gradually disappeared at the end of the white jade stone steps, as if they were walking towards eternity. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes and stretched. Another 5,000 years passed. He wanted to increase his seclusion time to 10,000 years. At this rate, it was almost impossible to break through a minor realm in 100,000 years. Too slow. Since it was slow, he could only numb himself and speed up his cultivation time. This way, when he looked back, his breakthrough speed would be faster. Han Ju thought of this and looked at Li Yao and Xian Qingjun outside the 100-peak Immortal River. Beside Xian Qingjun was a girl with an exquisite and cute face wearing a grass dress. She was a flower spirit. Han Ju cautiously used the simulation trial to test. He discovered that this woman was only a Grand Unity Heaven Immortal and didn't have a powerful background, so he let down his guard. With a thought, he moved the two women into the 100-peak Immortal River and not into his Taoist temple. Chapter 7:16 Han Ju's Foundation. Chapter 7:16 Han Ju's Foundation. After entering the 100-peak Immortal River, Xian Qingjun and Li Yao immediately came to visit him. They wanted to bring the flower spirit girl in. According to their introduction, this woman was a demon born in the Holy Mother sect. Because she was likable, they brought her along. Han Ju could only turn a blind eye and move the girl into the 100-peak Immortal River. After all, Xian Qingjun and Li Yao were his women. He had to treat them differently. Han Ju could sense that the flower girl was formed by a natural treasure. She was different from ordinary living beings and had a special heavenly Tao providence. However, such potential was no longer worthy of his attention. Han Ju started to check his emails. Your son Han Tua has obtained the inheritance of a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren was attacked by a mysterious cultivator, X692, your good friend Huang Zuantian has left the Heavenly Tao, please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Your disciple Su Chi controls the 6 paths of reincarnation and is half a step into the sage realm. Your good friend Heavenly Calamity Emperor encountered a mysterious mighty figure in her dream. Her soul was injured. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian has transcended from the cycle of reincarnation. Your good friend Empress Hudu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by a mysterious Dao Devil, X6609721, your disciple Zhao Shenyuan, the mysterious mighty figure Han Tua and the evil Heavenly Emperor encountered should be the same person. It was probably the Great Dao Concealment Fiend Celestial. The Great Dao Concealment Fiend Celestial was very well behaved and didn't have any hatred toward Han Ju. He wasn't an enemy for the time being. Su Chi had improved greatly recently. He could become a sage soon. Something had actually happened to Heavenly Calamity Emperor. He had to care about it later. Speaking of which, the reason why Su Chi cultivated so quickly was that he had received a lot of help from the Heavenly Calamity Emperor. After all, the Heavenly Calamity Emperor also respected him now. When Han Ju saw what happened to Ancestor Shitian, he couldn't help but sigh. The ancestor was still the ancestor. He had fought his way out. Ancestor Shitian was also a protagonist. He was once the ceiling of the heavenly Tao. How could he die so easily? As for the subsequent emails, Han Ju ignored them. After reading the emails, he immediately sent a dream to the Heavenly Calamity Emperor. The dream was the bridge of helplessness in the netherworld. After the Heavenly Calamity Emperor opened her eyes, her first reaction was vigilance. Han Ju asked, "Who injured you previously?" With that said, the Heavenly Calamity Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. She said respectfully, "I'm not sure either. He claimed to be called Life and wanted to incite me to start a rebellion. I rejected him and injured my soul. I thought you were him just now, so, Life. Han Ju first thought of Han Ming, 1, but ever since this kid was thrown into the second Dao field by him, he had been very obedient and didn't leave. Han Ju said, "You did well. I'll preach the Dao for you and help your cultivation increase. Try to reach the Freedom Realm as soon as possible." Heavenly Calamity Emperor had always been stuck at the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. It was probably very difficult for her to break through on her own. Hearing this, Heavenly Calamity Emperor was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Han Ju didn't say anything else and directly preached the Tao. 100 years later, Han Ju opened his eyes. "I want to know who the life that Heavenly Calamity Emperor mentioned is," Han Ju asked in his mind. Unable to deduce. There is no such entity as life in the karma tainted by Heavenly Calamity Emperor. Han Ju showed a frown. There was no such person. Could it be that the other party was not called life? It seemed that he was afraid of being targeted by the Dark Forbidden Lord. At least, it meant that this life had guessed that the Dark Forbidden Lord was in the Heavenly Tao. Could it be the Curse Fiend Celestial? Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships. The portrait of the Curse Fiend Celestial was still there, and the name Life didn't appear. Speaking of the Curse Fiend Celestial, he was still being pestered by Divine Lord Peacock. Divine Lord Peacock even used his experience in battle to comprehend a karma mystical power. If this continued, the Curse Fiend Celestial might be killed by Divine Lord Peacock before he could see Han Ju. Since he couldn't derive anything about life, he could only put it aside for the time being. If the other party really wanted to hurt him, he had to enter the Heavenly Tao first. The current Heavenly Tao was becoming stronger almost every day. Even the cultivation of those Heavenly Tao sages also became stronger. The Heavenly Tao sages also discovered this. This surprised them, so they worked very hard to develop the Heavenly Tao. Han Ju began to observe the immortal world. The number of living beings in the immortal world and the myriad worlds had been increasing rapidly. Especially after the opening of the chaotic heavenly road, a large number of cultivators had stepped onto it, causing the Heavenly Tao to have even less pressure to survive. The immortal world's continent was constantly expanding, and the mortal world was also constantly increasing its spirit chi. Ascension was the main theme of the mortal world. The heavenly road was the main theme of the immortal world. One level after another, it made all living beings feel that cultivation was endless. Han Ju was very satisfied with the current changes in the Heavenly Tao. It had to be said that the Heavenly Tao sages were still very talented, especially in bewitching the will of all living beings. Just like that, one day, the Heavenly Tao will become the center of the chaos. I will cultivate quietly at the peak of the Heavenly Tao. No one will dare to disturb me. Han Ju thought happily. His dream was to be so grand and low-key. He observed carefully and discovered that the number of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the immortal world had already doubled, especially those in the Emperor Realm and Deity Realm. In the era of geniuses, cultivation was extremely prosperous. Even the mortals of the human race had been tested for their spiritual roots. Of course, the humans of the mortal world had not developed to this extent. The famous race, the ancient race, the dragon race, and so on were still powerful. They were not suppressed by the humans. Speaking of races, the Qilin race in the 100-Peak Immortal River had also been developing. Under the lead of the first transformed Qilin, Su Lin, the number of Qilin race members had already exceeded 100,000. This was even when most of the members were busy cultivating. They usually lived underground and would occasionally come up to communicate with the hidden sect disciples. Their identities were equivalent to the in-name disciples of the hidden sect, so the disciples would not bully them, not to mention that this was under Han Ju's nose. Unknowingly, Han Ju, who had 2 Dao fields in the Heavenly Tao, was already a colossus. In the chaos, he was also a force that could not be underestimated. He could be invincible just by relying on the uniqueness of the Heavenly Tao. The prerequisite was not to provoke the chaotic deities. Even with such a huge force, Han Ju still maintained his original intention. He didn't indulge in pleasure and continued to cultivate diligently. After Han Ju silently summarized his strength, his confidence increased greatly. Then, he entered cultivation again. The chaotic deities and the Tao creators were blades placed above his head. If he wasn't on the same level as them, Han Ju really couldn't relax. He had to cultivate to be the strongest. On the other side, in the dark forbidden zone, two figures hung in the darkness, quietly looking in the same direction. They were surrounded by the black aura and could only see their human forms. They couldn't see their true bodies, and their eyes flickered with green light. The smaller figure said, "The heavenly Tao is becoming stronger and stronger. At this rate, it will sooner or later become an existence of the chaotic overlord realm and surpass the former deity realm of the ruins of End. Aren't we going to take action?" The other figure said in a low voice, "No, we have to investigate who the Dark Forbidden Lord is and if he's hiding in the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, we might end up like the Flame Race and the Calamity Race." Ming is the Chinese character of life. Chapter 7:17 300,000 years old. Chapter 7:17 300,000 years old. What if the Dark Forbidden Lord is here? Will we give up on attacking the heavenly Tao? The smaller figure asked in a low voice in a rather dissatisfied tone. The other figure was silent for a moment before saying, "Wait for my instructions. The current situation in the chaos is unpredictable. Many old things that have lived in seclusion for countless years have appeared. We have to investigate who is behind the heavenly Tao to avoid provoking an existence we can't afford to offend." The smaller figure was silent. They watched for a while more before disappearing. On the other side, outside the 33rd heaven, in the Universal Hall, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and Pan Xian sat opposite each other. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's expression darkened as he asked, "Really?" Pan Xian nodded. "I don't know who spread the rumors. They said that if the heavenly Tao continues to develop, Pangu will definitely revive. It said that the 12 ancestral magi have already revived. Empress Hudu has also joined them and created a world in the chaos to rebuild the Magus race, causing the credibility of this rumor to increase greatly. Many factions have already appeared in the chaotic heavenly road. I wonder when they will attack the heavenly Tao. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du fell into deep thought. Pan Xian continued, "Recently, an existence calling itself life appeared in the chaos and captured many heavenly Tao living beings. He probably wants to use them to infiltrate the immortal world. This should be a fake identity, and we can't deduce the karma, but he can completely hide it. This person's mystical power can't be underestimated. Furthermore, he's still recruiting troops with the intention of targeting the heavenly Tao. Life?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du frowned. After a long while, he slowly said, "I will try to find out about this life with teacher. During this period of time, you still have to take care of the chaotic heavenly road. Don't run around." Pan Xian nodded, then stood up and left. In 2 steps, he disappeared without a trace. Looking in the direction he left, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du frowned again. Pan Xian was being too abnormal. He was completely different from before, making him very uncomfortable. It was unknown how Han Ju subdued him. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du did not think too much about it. Instead, he began to cast a spell and contacted his master. More than 2,000 years later, Han Ju was still cultivating when lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that you are already 300,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and shock the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a creation spirit stone. Han Ju sighed. He was already 300,000 years old. Time was truly heartless. Han Tuo was also more than 200,000 years old. In that case, they were more like brothers. Cough. What was he thinking? Han Ju silently chose the second option to expand the Fiend Celestial Army. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You obtained a great Tao fragment and a creation spirit stone. Han Ju took out the creation spirit stone and his consciousness entered the primordial world. He began to choose the Fiend Celestial Qi. In the end, he chose the Void Fiend Celestial and fused the creation spirit stone with its Fiend Celestial Qi. Then, he threw himself into cultivation. This time, he planned to enter seclusion for 10,000 years to test the waters. He wanted to see if it was possible for him to stay in seclusion for 10,000 years at once. Han Ju quickly immersed himself in the great Tao of extreme origin. Thousands of thoughts exploded in his mind, creating countless things and depicting the scene of the great Tao more and more. In the vast starry sky, countless figures swarmed towards a huge chaotic beast. This chaotic beast was like a huge turtle. Above the turtle shell was a mountain covered in trees. The fruits on these trees were actually Dharma treasures of all kinds. They were dazzling and beautiful. Chu Shiren stood on a rock and watched the chaotic battle from afar. He saw the greed and cruelty of the cultivators. He couldn't help but sigh. After leaving the heavenly Tao, he discovered that the chaos was even crueler than he had imagined. He originally thought that it would be very difficult to encounter human traces, but he discovered that it was not the case. Wherever there was an opportunity, there would be cultivators fighting. Some came from the heavenly Tao, some from the deity realm of the ruins of End, and some from other chaotic worlds. Beside Chu Shiren stood a masked woman with a graceful figure. She smiled and asked, "What? Are you afraid? You don't dare to snatch it." Hearing this, Chu Shiren said calmly, "Why snatch? If you snatch something from others today, they will try to snatch something from you tomorrow. Only by letting go can you obtain the Tao." The masked woman rolled her eyes at him and did not say anything else. At this moment, a dragon roar sounded, suppressing all the sounds of fighting. All the cultivators turned their heads to look. In the depths of the darkness, space shattered. A golden dragon charged out with unstoppable force. On the dragon's head stood a man in silver armor. Behind the dragon were countless heavenly troops with a terrifying aura. It's the heavenly court. He's stepping on a golden dragon and wearing silver armor. That's heavenly court's divine General Han, a cultivator exclaimed. The tens of thousands of cultivators surrounding the chaotic beast quickly dispersed. Divine General Han. Chu Shiren's gaze landed on Han Tuo, and he couldn't help but be stunned. He pinched his fingers to deduce with a strange expression. He couldn't deduce Han Tuo because he had already attained the Tao. However, Han Tuo looked very similar to Han Ju. He had previously learned from the myriad worlds projection that Han Ju had a son named Han Tuo who was now following the heavenly court in battle. Could it be this divine General Han? Han Tuo felt Chu Shiren's gaze and glanced over, startling him. Han Tuo saw the karma on Chu Shiren at a glance. He was a hidden sect disciple. A pseudo-sage was probably a personal disciple of his father. Han Tuo shouted, "This is the heavenly court's affairs. Hurry up and retreat. Otherwise, we'll kill you all." The domineering declaration made all the cultivators stay away from the chaotic beasts. No one dared to complain. The heavenly court's reputation had long resounded through the chaos. The three divine generals were terrifying existences who had killed countless people. Han Tuo approached the chaotic beast. The chaotic beast let out a low roar and wanted to escape. Han Tuo raised his hand, and his dermic powers transformed into chains that wrapped around the huge chaotic beast, preventing it from moving. Han Tuo suddenly glanced at Chu Shiren and sent a voice transmission, "Come over and choose 3 Dharma treasures. Choose whatever you want." Chu Shiren was stunned. Han Tuo waited quietly with his back facing him. Looking at his back, Chu Shiren suddenly thought of Han Ju. It was too similar. Chu Shiren did not hesitate and immediately flew over. The masked woman hurriedly asked, "Don't go over. They're from the heavenly court." Chu Shiren ignored her and quickly flew towards the chaotic beast. The heavenly troops wanted to stop him, but Han Tuo raised his hand and told them not to move. The cultivators in the distance all stared at Chu Shiren, not knowing what he wanted to do. Soon, Chu Shi chose 3 supreme treasures. Whoosh! All the cultivators were shocked. Who was this person? He still dared to choose a treasure in front of the heavenly court, and the heavenly court did not stop him. Chu Shiren came in front of Han Tuo and cupped his fists. "Thank you." A smile appeared on Han Tuo's serious face. "We're all disciples of the same family. There's no need to be so polite. Follow me first. You can leave after you completely control these 3 Dharma treasures to avoid being targeted by the thieves." Chu Shiren hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Chapter 7:18 10,000 Years in a Flash, Fiend Celestial Army. Chapter 7:18 10,000 Years in a Flash, Fiend Celestial Army. Looking at the heavenly troops dragging the huge chaotic beast forward, Chu Shiren sighed. The weakest of these heavenly soldiers was at the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm. There was no lack of Deity Realm cultivators. All of them were at the Deity Realm and could only be heavenly soldiers. The heavenly generals under Han Tuo were all Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. All of them emitted a murderous aura that made people not dare to approach. Han Tuo led the heavenly troops forward and greeted him. Chu Shiren sighed. "I've long heard that Grandmaster's son is very talented. I didn't expect you to have already become a sage." Han Tuo was almost not by Han Ju's side. He had been wandering in the chaos and cultivated faster than the personal disciples. Chu Shiren could only blame it on the difference in potential. Dragons gave birth to dragons and phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes. Han Ju's direct bloodline was naturally a prodigy with unparalleled potential. Han Tuo smiled. "I was able to attain the Tao because of a fortuitous encounter. It was not completely based on my potential." How's the situation in the hidden sect now? Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Chu Shiren briefly told him the situation but did not go into detail. How strong the hidden sect was a secret that could not be revealed. Han Tuo suddenly asked, "Do I have a younger brother or sister?" Chu Shiren was stunned and hesitated, not knowing if he should say it. At this moment, the masked woman who had been with Chu Shiren flew over and was stopped by the heavenly soldiers. Han Tuo remembered that she was standing with Chu Shiren, so he looked at him and asked, "An acquaintance? Do you want to bring her along?" Chu Shiren thought for a moment and said, "Bring her along. She saved my life." Han Tuo raised his hand to signal the heavenly soldiers to move. The masked woman immediately flew over, but she did not completely approach Han Tuo and the other 2. Instead, she followed beside the chaotic beast. Han Tuo smiled. Very sensible. He looked at Chu Shiren again and waited for his reply. Chu Shiren sighed to himself and said truthfully, "You do have a younger brother, but he's not born yet." Han Tuo was stunned and asked in surprise, "Why isn't he born yet? Hasn't he been gestating for tens of thousands of years?" Chu Shiren smiled bitterly. "That's right. It's indeed a long time, but he's still gestating in his mother's womb. He doesn't seem like a human at all. He's more like another connate life form. Then, his potential should be very strong." Han Tuo sighed. It wasn't just very strong. It was definitely world-shaking. No wonder it could resonate with his bloodline. Han Tuo would never forget that terrified and uneasy feeling in the past. For this, the evil heavenly emperor even brought him to visit an ancient and mysterious supreme existence. Chu Shiren did not comment. He was a little terrified, not knowing if it was good or bad to say this. Han Ju was very powerful. It was normal for children to fight for power in the future. Han Tuo saw his expression and guessed what he was thinking. He said helplessly, "What are you thinking? How can I be jealous of my younger brother? Besides, father loves me very much. If not for father paying attention to me, I would have died countless times in the chaos." Ever since Han Ju took action that day, Han Tuo attributed all his past troubles to his father's help. Chu Shiren asked curiously, "Grandmaster can also save you despite staying in the heavenly Tao?" "Yes." That day, Han Tuo began to talk about the scene of Han Ju attacking. He was very excited, and his face was filled with admiration. Chu Shiren instantly thought of a mystical power. Heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. He also knew this mystical power, but it was not as terrifying as Han Ju's. From the heavenly Tao to the depths of the chaos. Chu Shiren was extremely shocked just by listening to Han Tuo. How terrifying was Grandmaster's potential? He had been in seclusion in the heavenly Tao. Other than his cultivation, his strength was also rapidly increasing. It was too exaggerated. The more they chatted, the more familiar they became with one another. The heavenly generals were also whispering. Han Tuo was usually extremely serious. Even when facing the heavenly general, he was rarely so happy. Who was this person? 10,000 years passed very quickly, especially for Han Ju, who was in seclusion. He opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. 10,000 years passed. There was no wind or waves in the hidden sect. At least, it did not affect his cultivation. Han Ju was both relieved and disappointed. The disciples had all grown up and did not seem to need him. The heavenly Tao was the same. Everything was official, and the sages usually did not disturb him. I'm really a masochist. Isn't this a good thing? Han Ju smiled self-deprecatingly and looked at the Taoist temple next door. He discovered that Xing Hongxian was not cultivating. Instead, she was chatting with Xian Qingjun about children. Xing Hongxian also expressed her worry. Although being pregnant with her son could help her cultivation increase quickly, she felt that she was squeezing out her son's potential. Xian Qingjun thought that she was thinking too much and comforted her. Not long ago, Xing Hongxian had just broken through to the pseudo-sage realm and had already caught up to his personal disciples. Xian Qingjun was envious. She also wanted to get pregnant. This way, her cultivation level would increase rapidly like Xing Hongxian. Han Ju eavesdropped for a while and then turned to the heavenly Tao. He remembered that 1,000 years ago, someone had obtained the sage position. This person was called Su Dudao. Han Ju counted with his fingers, then his expression turned strange. Su Dudao had actually acknowledged immortal Emperor Samsara as his master in the past and later joined Pan Xian. Pan Xian should have deduced the karma between him and immortal Emperor Samsara and also deduced the relationship between immortal Emperor Samsara and Han Ju, so he supported Su Dudao. After the Earth immortal world entered the heavenly Tao, the reincarnation space was no longer a secret to the sages. All the sages knew that immortal Emperor Samsara was Han Ju's subordinate. Han Ju also formed his own network. In the future, the sages would probably have to accept his kindness. This was a little like the Tao ancestor. When the Tao ancestor was still around, almost all the sages came from his disciples. There were no sages outside the Tao sect. Emperor Shao, sage fated secrets, and the others had also become Tao ancestors' disciples. A dragon slayer would eventually become a dragon. Cough. I'm different from the Tao ancestor. Han Ju cursed himself for thinking too much. After 10,000 years, the heavenly Tao had become much stronger. The immortal world alone had expanded by 1/10. Very good. Han Ju went to the second Tao field. He released the flesh fiend celestial. The chaotic fiend celestial was born with the cultivation of a zenith heaven golden immortal. He asked Murong Qi to receive him and sent a voice transmission to Han Ming. Han Ming quickly entered the temple and bowed to him. Han Ju said, "Why are you depressed recently?" He had just seen the other fiend celestials gathered together to cultivate. Han Ming was still hiding in a corner alone. Han Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Even though the Tao field is filled with spirit qi, my cultivation speed is still very slow. I feel like I've embarrassed you." Compared to the chaotic fiend celestials, his cultivation speed was too pathetic. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to transform Han Ming into a chaotic fiend celestial in advance. He was already a zenith heaven golden immortal and should be able to withstand it. However, before that, he had to transform Guan Bubi into a chaotic fiend celestial. Otherwise, he would be jumping the queue. Therefore, Han Ju called Guan Bubi in. "Are you ready to become chaotic fiend celestials?" Han Ju asked expressionlessly. When Guan Bubi heard this, he was immediately excited and nodded desperately. Han Ming's eyes lit up. Han Ju directly dispersed their bodies and placed their souls into the primordial world. He multitasked and fused them with the 2 balls of fiend celestial qi. The heavenly Tao became stronger and stronger. Han Ju's fiend celestial army also had to speed up. After this fusion, he prepared to preach the Tao in the second Tao field to help the cultivation of the fiend celestials increase rapidly. Murong Qi, the Crimson Fox, and the heavenly constellation fiend celestial were the earliest chaotic fiend celestials. It was time for them to attain the Tao. Chapter 719 Unifying the Chaotic Fiend Celestials. Chapter 719 Unifying the Chaotic Fiend Celestials. Han Ju returned to the main Tao field and used his dermic powers to protect Guan Bubi and Han Ming's souls while checking his emails. After becoming a great Tao sage, he could already easily help his disciples fuse with the fiend celestial qi. When he opened the emails, Han Ju was filled with anticipation. He had not read emails for 10,000 years. It would probably be very exciting. The feeling of opening a mystery box appeared again. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren has comprehended a supreme treasure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhao Xianyuan fell into the chaotic abyss. The karma is concealed. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by demons, X80213228, your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by demons, X73346421/ Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock has joined the heavenly court. Your good friend Empress Hudu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian has entered the source of darkness. His soul has been cleansed by the dark power and he has been reborn. Your disciple Zhou Fan used the Great Tao Tower to spy on the Great Tao immeasurable calamity and suffered a backlash. Dao Sovereign and the other 2 were being beaten again, especially Zhao Xianyuan, who had fallen into danger. However, Han Ju was not worried. In any case, these 3 had already left a backup plan in the 100-peak Immortal River. It was fine even if they died. Why did Divine Lord Peacock join the heavenly court? He had to ask later. He couldn't let the curse fiend celestial off. Han Ju saw what happened to Ancestor Shitian. Not only did he escape, but he was also making a comeback. Further down, Han Ju saw many good friends obtaining opportunities. Li Xianao, who controlled the outer sect of the hidden sect, Han Yu of Buzhou Divine Mountain, Dao Comprehension Sword of the Holy Mother sect, Huang Zuantian of the Jie School, and so on went to the chaos to seek opportunities. There was an endless stream of people on the chaotic heavenly road. Many cultivators were even setting up stalls on the chaotic heavenly road to sell all sorts of spirit herbs, dharma artifacts, and natural treasures. The common currency was the Khanate pill created by heavenly Venerate Xian Du. The Khanate pill was formed by Khanate Qi and could be used for cultivation or healing. The immortal world still used spirit pills and spirit stones as currency. The mortal world was even more vulgar. It still stopped at gold, silver, and jewelry. Just by reading the emails, Han Ju could feel the waves of the era. The heavenly Tao was expanding into the chaos with a domineering aura. After reading the emails, Han Ju sent a dream to Divine Lord Peacock. The dream was in the void. Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes and saw Han Ju, who had transformed into the Dark Forbidden Lord. He immediately raised his eyebrows and snorted. "You came as soon as I stopped chasing after the curse fiend celestial. It seems that you have been watching me very closely." Han Ju asked, "What have you been doing recently?" Divine Lord Peacock couldn't help but curse. "Don't mention it. Previously, I almost killed the curse fiend celestial. In the end, an existence called life interfered and I was almost severely injured. That fellow threatened to unify the chaotic fiend celestials and kill Pangu's orthodoxy. He advised me to stay away from trouble and not participate in the overall situation. He's too arrogant." "Life again?" Han Ju asked. "He can't kill you." Divine Lord Peacock snorted. "How is that possible? I'm at the perfected freedom realm, after all. How can he kill me so easily?" Han Ju immediately looked down. In any case, he could easily kill Divine Lord Peacock. However, this fellow was with the curse fiend celestial and even wanted to unify the chaotic fiend celestials. He was really ambitious. "I joined the heavenly court to investigate this life. The evil heavenly emperor was also threatened by him. Isn't he also your subordinate?" Divine Lord Peacock shrugged. Han Ju said, "Chasing the curse fiend celestial is your main mission. As for life, be careful. He's not someone you can deal with. Don't die." Divine Lord Peacock snorted. "I don't believe it. He's hiding his true appearance and karma. He must be scared. This means that his strength is not enough to withstand the hatred his arrogance attracts." Han Ju felt like he had been insulted. This little peacock's words were always so unpleasant. Han Ju lost interest and quickly removed the dream. He opened his eyes and frowned. Who was this life? "I want to know who injured Divine Lord Peacock and Heavenly Calamity Emperor," Han Ju asked in his mind. Few people could hurt these two. Unable to deduce. There is no such karma. Han Ju showed a frown. There was an existence that even the system could not deduce. It had to be known that even Pangu and the Tao ancestor could expose some karma. Could it be that life was stronger than them? Han Ju had no choice but to ask in another way, why is there a situation that can't be deduced? Either the other party far exceeds the system's limit, or the other party has a special supreme treasure. Special supreme treasure. It should be the second reason. If life was so strong, he could directly destroy the chaos. Why did he have to do so many tricks? Han Ju didn't believe it and asked a few more times, but he still couldn't deduce anything. He could only give up. The other party has already targeted the heavenly Tao. Since I can't deduce it, I'll wait for him to attack. After Han Ju thought it through, his brows relaxed. The current heavenly Tao was no longer the same as before. It was not something that any random chaotic race could overturn. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, telling him to prepare well and not let his guard down. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was not surprised and directly agreed. He probably knew about the existence of life. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Another 10,000 years passed. Han Ju went to the second Tao field and released Han Ming and Guan Bubi. Guan Bubi transformed into the unbeatable fiend celestial, and Han Ming transformed into the Soul Fiend Celestial. As for the Void Fiend Celestial, it was still being nurtured. He still had to wait for a period of time. The original Chaotic Fiend Celestial had an additional soul nurturing process than fusion, so it was slower. Moreover, every Chaotic Fiend Celestial was different. The nurturing time was not constant. It all depended on Han Ju's understanding. Is this the Chaotic Fiend Celestial? Guan Bubi sized up his body and was extremely excited. Han Ming was the same. Han Ju waved his hand and sent them out. Then, he returned to the main Dao field and summoned Li Yao into the Daoist temple. "Are you ready?" Han Ju asked seriously. Li Yao took a deep breath and said, "I'm already prepared." Han Ju said, "From now on, you will leave the 100-peak immortal river and even sever your connection with the myriad worlds projection." Li Yao was stunned, but she still nodded. Her greatest goal was to become stronger. Han Ju didn't say anything else. He directly destroyed her body and threw her soul into the primordial world, fusing with one of the Fiend Celestial Qi. After Li Yao successfully nurtured it, Han Ju would preach the Dao to the second Dao field. Didn't life want to unite the Chaotic Fiend Celestials? At that time, they would see whose Chaotic Fiend Celestials were stronger. Of course, he hoped that life could last until then. Han Ju thought. He was about to close his eyes and cultivate when Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice sounded. "Fellow Daoist Han, come quickly. The Heavenly Dao is in trouble." Han Ju looked up and confirmed that there were no unfamiliar existences outside the 33rd heaven before jumping into the Universal Hall. The sages had already gathered here. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Emperor Shao, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Zhou Shilai, Shi Dudao, Li Dao Kong, Fang Liang, Huang Zuantian, Jin Shen, Pan Xian, and Su Dudao. This was the current lineup of Heavenly Dao sages. Seeing Han Ju, the sages nodded. The new sage, Su Dudao, hurriedly stood up and bowed. "This is the new sage. He has a relationship with you and has obtained the inheritance of immortal Emperor Samsara." Pan Xian smiled and introduced him. Su Jiu said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior." Han Ju nodded slightly. "Su Dudao has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars. Chapter 720 Life's Identity. Chapter 720 Life's Identity. Was there something wrong with this fellow? Han Ju saw the hatred notification and remained calm. He nodded slightly at Su Dudao and sat beside Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. The other sages were all seated. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "Recently, a mysterious mighty figure named Life has appeared in the chaos. He has already become powerful and said that he wants to flatten the Heavenly Dao in 100,000 years. We have to be on guard." The sages were in an uproar. Trample the Heavenly Dao? Who is he? He's so arrogant. What a joke. Even the deity realm of the ruins of End can't do it. What right does he have to speak arrogantly? Where is this person from? Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Life. The Heavenly Dao is no longer the same as before. If he dares to come, we can give him a surprise. Although the sages were shocked, they did not panic. The Heavenly Dao was special. Even existences above the sages could not barge in. If they wanted to attack the Heavenly Dao, they could only send living beings below the sage realm into the Heavenly Dao and destroy the providence of the Heavenly Dao, causing it to collapse. Only then could mighty figures step in. Han Ju didn't participate in the discussion and only listened quietly. Although he was not staring at Su Dudao, he was observing this guy. It was really strange for Su Dudao to develop 2-star hatred towards him for no reason. Han Ju first thought of Life. Could this fellow be related to Life? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Han Ju used the simulation trial to test but didn't see any words related to life in the introduction. I want to know if Su Dudao is related to the outside world beyond the heavenly Tao. Han Ju asked. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, I knew it. Han Ju continued to deduce. Who is Su Dudao in contact with? Unable to deduce. There is no such karma. Han Ju was amused. Life hid his karma, but it couldn't hide the fact that he was in contact with Su Dudao. It was just like how Han Ju asked if Divine Lord Peacock was injured by the mighty figure who saved the Curse Fiend Celestial. He could definitely get the outcome, but he couldn't ask about life's true identity. Oh my, life, you're really careless. If Han Ju didn't have the system and couldn't discover the sage's impression of him, he might really have succeeded. Han Ju sneered in his heart, but he didn't immediately stand up to point out Su Dudao. He was thinking about how to make use of this fellow's identity. He had to understand how strong life was. Then, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du began to arrange defenses. Apart from Han Ju, all the sages were arranged. Su Dudao suddenly asked, what about Senior Han? If the Heavenly Tao doesn't have Senior Han's protection, I'm not confident. He revealed a worried expression as if he was really worried about the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Wufa glanced at him and said, this is confidential. The other sages also revealed thoughtful expressions. Su Dudao was still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of them. Pan Xian was no longer the boorish man from before. He could also tell what Su Dudao was thinking. He couldn't help but look embarrassed. He glared at him and berated him. How can you, a new sage, dictate what fellow Taoist Han does? Su Dudao said fearfully, I'm not pointing fingers. It's just that I've heard of the legend of the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. Not only me, but in the hearts of all living beings, Senior Han is also the greatest protection of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, all right, don't be suspicious of each other in times of danger. The sages nodded. Han Ju didn't speak. He smiled and looked extremely easygoing. Su Dudao did not dare to speak anymore. He was secretly shocked. Why are the sages protecting him? Is it fear? But in the heavenly Tao, sages are undying. There's no need to rush to please him. Su Dudao couldn't figure it out. He suddenly felt that the sage circle was not as complicated as he thought. The reason why the heavenly Tao could develop quickly was that the sages were united. Why were they united? All because they listened to Han Ju. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du asked Pan Xian to report the situation of the chaotic heavenly road. The chaotic heavenly road has been completely perfected. Even the great Tao sages can't destroy it. More than 1 billion living beings come and go every day. It even attracted other living beings from the little heavenly Tao, the myriad worlds, and the dimensional space to join the heavenly Tao. Pan Xian explained non-stop, the smugness on his face growing. The chaotic heavenly road was definitely supported by him. Now that it had begun to increase the providence of the heavenly Tao, he naturally had the greatest merit. After he finished speaking, Shi Dudao said, I'll also head to the chaotic heavenly road. I can spar with the experts of the chaotic world. It's said that many sages in the chaotic world use their strength to attain the Tao, or those who kill 3 corpses to attain the Tao. Li Daokong said, then, I'll go too. Shi Dudao rolled his eyes and cursed. How long are you going to pester me? You're not my match. Li Daokong chuckled and did not reply. The sages were already used to it, and Han Ju didn't interfere. If he spoke, he would either use his power to suppress others or let Li Daokong suffer. No matter what, it was inappropriate. Moreover, the battle between the two was already benign. Actually, Shi Dudao also enjoyed fighting. If not for Li Daokong, how could he keep improving? An hour later, the sages left. Hanju suddenly smiled at Su Dudao and said, I see that you're quite concerned about the heavenly Tao. Come to my Tao field. I'll preach the Tao for you and increase your strength. You can also serve the heavenly Tao in the future. Hearing this, Su Dudao was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly agreed. The other sages had different reactions. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu had the strangest expression. Hanju waved his sleeve and brought Su Dudao to the 100-peak immortal river. After entering the Daoist temple, Su Dudao was about to speak when Hanju directly suppressed him and imprisoned his consciousness. Time passed. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Primordial heavenly prison has successfully enslaved the target. Su Dudao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Su Dudao opened his eyes and bowed respectfully to him. Hanju asked, who contacted you in the chaos? Su Dudao replied, life, a mysterious existence. I don't know his true identity, either. He promised me that after destroying the heavenly Tao, he would let me be the heavenly Tao's master. Hanju showed a frown. Did Su Dudao not know life's identity? You know nothing about him. How can you trust him? Hanju asked in confusion. Su Dudao replied, I've once stepped onto the chaotic heavenly road and roamed the chaos. I've seen his strength. He's indeed terrifying. I witnessed him subdue a chaotic fiend celestial. He looked terrified. Hanju's eyes lit up. He asked for more details, and Su Dudao said everything he knew. In the end, Hanju let him stay the same and pretend that he did not submit to him. He sent Su Dudao to the 33rd heaven and used the derivation function. I want to see the battle described by Su Dudao. Hanju directly avoided life and deduced from the perspective of the chaotic fiend celestial and Su Dudao. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju's consciousness fell into the illusion. He opened his eyes and saw that he was standing beside Su Dudao. Su Dudao trembled like a candle in the storm, about to be extinguished at any moment. Hanju looked up. Flames flickered in the depths of the darkness. Space shattered and formed shattered crystals that floated in the void. Lightning of all colors interwove. It was endless. Two figures were fighting in the depths of the lightning. That you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.